Me dep on Epstein Island, chilling on a Epstein Island. You email me a brief so silent, but the conversation seem no private. Me dep on Epstein Island, chilling on a Epstein Island. As a young thing give me excitement, hard to keep this secret quiet. The royal boy is here, he be chilling on the pier. The weather so smooth, so nice, with a light young rum and ice. They say on the island, no fear, no judgment on the island, it's clear. When Maxwell bring a surprise, we receive the package in a small size. Me up on Epstein Island, chilling on a Epstein Island. You email me a brief so silent, but the conversations in no private. Me up on Epstein Island, chilling on a Epstein Island. Cause a young thing give me excitement, hard to keep this secret quiet. Me see a man in a wheelchair appear, him with a short gal vibing right near. A statesman just come off him flight, with a young thing on him left and right. There's a man a stand up at the gates, him want come in, he can't wait. Him look very smart and wise, foundation boy so nice. Me up on Epstein Island, chilling on a Epstein Island. You email me a brief so silent, but the conversations in no private. Me up on Epstein Island, chilling on a Epstein Island. Cause a young king give me excitement, hard to keep this secret quiet. Mr. Musa call late at night, him want come over, want an invite. Him have no vibes, we no rate till. And Maxwell tell a idiot say the party's done. We laugh cause smart get one STD. Him living too young, wild and free. From one Russian gal, intercourse. His wife no happy, she want divorce. Next day come around, it's safari time. We a enjoy, we self-relax and wine. Jeffrey a drive we round in a the Jeep. Him a chill guy, can't believe them call him a creep. Look how the monkey them a climb up and jump. Look on them go, them a climb and jump. Epstein Island a the place to be, if you want nature and animosity. Me up on Epstein Island, chilling on a Epstein Island. You email me a brief so silent, but the conversation seem no private. Me up on Epstein Island, chilling on a Epstein Island. Cause a young thing give me excitement, hard to keep the secret quiet.
Gucci Marks generated this shit.
Gucci Marks generated this shit.
My big beautiful Bill, Bill, Bill. All the things that you can feel, feel, feel. You made me feel so alive, with that incredible size. My big beautiful Bill, 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 Bill. Do you still wanna Netflix and chill, 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 chill? We can watch Brokeback Mountain, that movie ended in a big ass fountain. My big beautiful Bill, Bill. Riding up and down that hill, hill, hill. And Hillary don't have to know about us. This some presidential, confidential last love. My baby, beautiful Bill, Bill. This that love that can be kill, kill, kill. I wrote a special act in your name. Passing this eternal bipartisan flame. And I know you're a Democrat, I'm Republican, don't give a fuck about that. We were loving like Romeo and Juliet. West Side Story, baby, let's fake all that. We're together in these Epstein files. Presidential romance is still alive. Overlord this party, we were dancing. They say imports can't stop advancing. You didn't have sexual relations with that woman. I know I was with you in the White House booming. Secret Service knocking while we were coolin'. Trying to be quiet when that big bill moved in. Hit up, and then you just feel it, it ain't suiting. You better always lie me down or we be coolin'. Hey, game stronger than a giraffe on that grueling. When you with Dino, you know that that thing be drooling. Bill. You got a license for that drill. Listen, you my Billy Willy, boo. My Billy boy, whoop-dee snoop-dee, woo. Billy, Willy, woo. Whoop-dee Billy, Snoopy, woo. Billy boy, I think I love you. Whoop-dee woo, Snoopy Billy, boo.
Marco.
Test. It's about that time, everybody. We're back. We're here. We're doing it. We're really doing it. What's good, everyone? Welcome. File in. Go on. Take your seats. Settle down. Get comfortable. We're here. We're gonna be here. We're gonna stay here doing it. I hope you guys are doing well. You know what? I am going to use the headphones. Sometimes I think, you know what? Let me not use the headphones. But then sometimes I think, let me use the headphones. So we're going to use the headphones. Hope you guys are doing well. Thumbs up the ting, of course, if you're here, if you're live, if you're here, if you're live and alive. Even if you're watching this on the replay, thumbs up the ting. It literally won't hurt you. It's free to do. There's an unlimited number of likes that you're allowed to give. You will not be punished. I promise. Test. There we go. Perfect. All right. Well, we're back, and we have much to discuss, my friends. Much to discuss. First of all, I want to shout out Rob for donating on the Streamlabs, which is the pinned comment in the chat, even before we went live. What an absolute sweetie pie. Thank you, Rob. So Rob with the $10 Streamlabs donation, he said, Happy Easter. Yes, to all my Easter celebrators, Happy Easter. Average Easter enjoyer, am I right? Let's, okay, that posted. Good. Well, I just got back from Costco. And, man. I don't even know where to start. I don't even know where to start. Talk about NPC world. This was me in Costco. Sorry, just gonna sneak right past you. It was absolutely insane. It was absolutely insane. People in Costco, I was overwhelmed. I was like, you know what? I was with one of my relatives. I thought, you know what? Yeah, I'll go on a little Costco trip. Why not? Get out of the house, get some steps. I've been in the house all last week because I've been sick, feeling much better, thankfully. Thank you for your thoughts and prayers and donations. Those definitely healed me. And I was like, I'll get some sun, some natural light. You know, the snow is melting finally. Welcome to Canada, where half of the year is so cold outside that you'll die, so you have to stay inside, which then leads to seasonal depression. Woohoo! So yeah, the snow's starting to melt. I went on an outdoor walk yesterday, the first one in months. Depression who? And today I thought, we'll go to Costco. I'll get outside, get some fresh air, maybe caught myself a little hot dog and a slice of pizza from Costco. The way people in Costco just like cut each other off, it's just absurd. You'll see one person who's like, oh, that somebody's like blocking the aisle, and then that person will then go and block the aisle themselves. So I got overwhelmed immediately, and I went to the food section, and I went to the little kiosk thing where you order, and I got myself a hot dog and a slice of cheese pizza. And as I stood there to wait for the order to be called out. And as soon as I walked up to the area where the lady is calling out the orders, the first thing I swear, it's like South Park. The first thing she says when I walk up after like tapping on the screen what I want and get my little receipt, I walk up to wait, and she comes up to the counter and she goes, 6-7? And there was me and like some teenager with his mom, some 5-year-old kid with his mom. And it was like the Winter Soldier sleeper cell agent woke up. It was like, and we all looked at each other. And then the smallest kid was like, 6-7? And I couldn't resist. I said it too. I said 6-7. 30 years old, by the way. Thank you. And then as I'm standing there, I was feeling fine stomach wise. And then as I am standing there, my stomach goes, knock, knock. Diarrhea, anyone? Oh, okay. Oh, that's what we're doing. So I figured since she was only on, I was like order number 89. So she's on 67. I thought, okay, well, might as well go to the washroom and see what this is all about. So horrible experience. Horrible experience. I really need, I need to become rich and famous. Famous is optional at this point. I really need to become rich so I don't have to. I've said this for years. If you've known me for years or you've been watching me for years, you will know that I've always said the one reason that I want to be rich is so that I never have to go to the grocery store again. It's my least favorite chore. I hate the grocery store. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. It's the one thing. Well, actually, I was going to say it's the one thing that we haven't been able to replace or like automate yet, but that's not true. You can order groceries, and I have done that before. But sometimes you need to stop at the grocery store and grab a 1-2 little things, or you forget something or whatever. So I hate the grocery store. I really do. What was I going to say about the house sitting that I was doing? I don't even remember. Also, I need to be rich because I was house sitting for relatives last week while they were away. And bro, I'm going to just say this. I don't dislike cats, but these cats that my relatives have, I don't have anything nice to say, so I'm not going to say nothing. Let's just say that. I'm not cleaning up cat litter. I'm not cleaning up cat vomit. Ugh. I hate the hair. I need to. These are big problems, you guys. These are really big, famous YouTuber first world problems. Oh my God. 30 years in, we've still not committed suicide. So that's a good step. Don't do it. I mean, don't do it. What's the point? Ironically, that's the same question people ask when they do it. So maybe I should rephrase that. Just don't do it. Nothing good is going to come of it. Nothing good. You might be right that it's going to solve your problems temporarily, but that just means it becomes a problem for someone else. And if you're like me, where you have a hard time saying no, and you're a people pleaser, and you're a yes person, and you have childhood trauma that forces you to always want to save everybody else, then you got to think about the sad faces of your relatives and the children in your life and stuff. Like, don't do it. Me projecting and telling myself actually what I want to hear. What else? I watched the Melania movie last night. Hilarious. Absolutely. Like, I thought, you know what? I'll watch this. This will be a good laugh. The Melania movie was unlike any sort of visual multimedia experience I've ever seen in my life. The Melania, I venture to call it a documentary. I cringe to call it a documentary because you would think in a documentary, like, what is it? It's going to show archival footage from when someone was young, maybe pictures of when they were a kid. It's going to talk to friends and family and their volleyball coach that they knew when they were 10, and it's going to be a scene of that person talking to the camera or the producer saying about, oh yeah, John was such a good guy. None of that is in this movie. I'm not kidding you. I was watching this movie with a relative, and I literally paused it at the 5-minute mark and again at the 10-minute mark. And I said, okay, let's just recap what we've seen so far. We were howling watching this movie because it's like, this is the ultimate, like, talk shit through the movie. Because there's so many lulls of just silence where nothing is happening that you can talk. I was doing the director DVD commentary while we were watching it. This movie starts, bro, Melania's in a car. She gets off the car. She gets out of the car, walks up the stairs to a jet. She's on the jet. She gets off the jet, walks down the stairs, gets into a car. We see at least 6 different scenes in this movie, which are long, drawn-out shots of like a motorcade of SUVs with the police lights. At least 6 different times in this movie, to the best of my recollection, do we get a long shot of something like this, as though we didn't understand how Melania Trump gets around. It was just, here's a reminder of how much resources we're draining through my existence, is the message I was receiving. This is all in the first 10 minutes, by the way. She gets out of the car, onto the jet, out of the jet, into another car, to the Trump Tower. goes up the elevator, like we see the whole thing of her going into the elevator, going up the elevator, getting into her place. Just absolutely stunning how many times we watched her in this movie get into a car and out of a car and in a plane and out of a plane. So my understanding from the beginning of the movie was that we're going to watch, she says something about how you're going to see how I went from being a private citizen to being the first lady again. So I thought that this was going to be about, her life as a young girl leading up to how she became the first lady. Wrong. That would have been a way more interesting story. Instead, this was a movie about this was the Rogue One. This was the Star Wars Rogue One. Actually, it's not even fair to call it Star Wars Rogue One because that was actually a sick movie. This was, I don't even know what to call it. This movie takes place, like, I would guess the week before the second Trump inauguration, Trump 2, the 47th time. Bro, this movie is literally about her, already rich, already had been the first lady once. Here's an example. In the first 10 minutes, after all this plane in and out of planes, there's a scene where she's with like some designer and they're making adjustments to a dress. And we get a little shot of the designer talking to the camera about how Melania is so meticulous and she has such a knowledge of the vocabulary to use when it talks about making alterations to clothing because she comes from the modeling world. This is like the longest, most drawn out scene where like there's literally a shot. Me and my relative looked at each other and just started laughing because there's a drawn out shot of scissors cutting the fabric that drags on for like, I want to say like 10 seconds. I was watching this movie like I was the editor of it. I was like, this whole movie, I actually said, I made a joke during the movie. I said, this whole movie could have been an email. That one was fire. That one landed really good. It was just dragging. They were dragging it. Everything was being dragged. Everything was being dragged. There's one part of the movie where she talks at length about her mom who passed away the year before. Do we ever see a picture of her mom? A video clip? Nada. We have a scene where Melania gets in a car. They show the motorcade driving to some church in New York, some big cathedral in New York, where she's going to go light a candle in honor of her mom. She gets there. We watch her walk all the way up the stairs, these long stairs, walk all the way down the hallway, the long hallway from the front door of the church to like the end. You know what I mean? It's like we could have cut that. We could have just showed her walking. We could have just started this scene at her walking in. And the tone of the movie, like I want to say they made this movie for propaganda, but it does the opposite of that. If you wanted to make this movie good propaganda, you should have tried to humanize her, which is what I thought they were going to do. I thought this movie was going to be like, oh yeah, I'm Melania Trump. I'm a normal girl just like you. I thought that's what they were going to try to do. They literally did the opposite of that. They did the opposite. So I thought they're going to show us her, with her feet hurt after a long day of wearing heels. Nope, none of that. I thought we're going to see her in a t-shirt with her hair up in a messy bun, after a long, like showing us what life is really like, making breakfast for Barron, making pancakes for Barron, something. Complete opposite. There's not one scene that wasn't like pre-scripted, in my opinion. That's the vibe I got. Or where she wasn't looking immaculate, nails done, hair done, everything did. Heels on. We get another scene of them altering a different dress. Can you believe it? They spend, the hat she wore when she was looking like the Hamburglar? Melania hat Hamburglar, where she wore at the inauguration, this one? This one? There's like several minutes of the movie, hour and a half long movie, spent on just them making alterations to this hat. I swear to God. And then she has the dress, Melania, inauguration dress. This dress. This is the plot of the movie. Like you would think if the movie wasn't going to be about her life leading up to marrying Donald Trump and becoming the first lady, then you would at least think it's about all the necessary preparations that have to be made for the second inauguration. No, they have people for that. The whole movie is just her worrying about her. What's she going to wear? That's it. I was going to go into a list of things, but that's literally it. Also, doesn't she look like Syndrome from The Incredibles? Syndrome, The Incredibles. Doesn't she look like Syndrome in this dress? I'm the best at saying this person looks like this. I truly am. Absolutely absurd. It was the first movie I've seen where truly nothing happened. Nothing happened. We see her in a meeting talking about nothing. It was really wild. I recommend it to everybody. It was absolutely bizarre. Absolutely burdensome on the soul. Oh, there's one, of course, speaking of propaganda, we had to get one propaganda scene where, with no segue whatsoever, it goes from her talking about her mom to her talking about, she was talking about how her heart always breaks seeing children struggle, and that's what she's trying to address with her Be Best initiative. Be Best, Melania. The broken English of the name, Be Best. Be the best? Do you mean be the best? Okay, it's about cyberbullying. It's so funny. She talks about how, like, she wants to help children, right? And I made a comment out loud to my relative. I said, yeah, she's saying this as her husband is blowing up children in Palestine, or, facilitating it, or, justifying it, whatever. And as soon as I said that, it cuts to her meeting with some Israeli woman whose husband has been taken prisoner by Hamas, has been taken hostage by Hamas, having this meeting where the woman is wearing the t-shirt with her husband's face. And I literally went, here we go. Here we go. And, the movie, you think when you think about getting a movie that's showing like the inside scoop on life inside the White House, you would think they're going to do it in a way that makes it look like, wow, you really snuck a camera in here. Rob, you're a legend. Thank you. I'm sure Patrick loved this movie. So true. So you're looking at Melania Trump, great movie, one of the best movies. So she, you would think you're getting like a feeling like you snuck in. No, bro. This shit was shot on like a cinema camera based on the look of it, in my opinion. Everything is color corrected to perfection. They've got close-up shots that you had to have staged. There was no way you just naturally got this shot. It'll be like Melania's walking around a corner and they start at her feet and they time it perfectly to pan up at her as she goes to turn the corner to shake hands with someone. It's like, oh my God. Y'all should have filmed this on an iPhone. Y'all should have filmed this like with a vlog camera if you wanted me to feel like this was some real secret type shit. No, it was like a movie. Absolutely insane. Let me read some of y'all comments. First of all, big respect and big up to the Mandem. Viz Mayhem, Walt Turner, Rick Reviews, Specs, Tretino. Look at these members in these mods. You love to see it. Okay, let's read the comments. What up, Monsoon the Goon as well. We chilling on the Marco Island. Shout out Coke Zero. Marco verse on Big Beautiful Bill would go crazy. Shit, I might have to. The champ is here, yeah. What up? Happiness Handmade. Perfect timing. Just got my just got my Marco the Narco. So true. Marco, I don't want you dropping F-bombs. Sorry, Kevin. If guest says it. So true. Trader Joe's and Whole Foods is always pleasant. Junk grocery stores and Costco are horror. I met a guy on the plane last week when I went to Calgary who was he was like the regional sales manager for all of Hexclad in Canada. You know, like Hexclad, the cookware company. Nice guy. If I was rich, I would never wear the same pair of socks twice. Love that, Rob. I gotta look at shit, so I gotta shop inside. True. Well, Rob, you are rich the way you be carrying these stream dono goals on your shoulders. Tell you what, if we fill up this dono goal, not only am I going to drop weekly videos this month, I'm also going to tell you on this stream who the secret podcast guest is that I finally finished it. It's a 2-hour-long Bumbleclop podcast. filmed 3 different cameras. It was filmed in 4K. We filmed it S-Log 3 so that we could color correct it and get the maximum amount of quality out of it. I thought there's no need to export this in 4K. The file size is going to be huge. Just upload it in 1080. But then I thought, you know what? I spent the time, I spent the money, we rented the studio, we got it all edited, we shot it so beautifully. I might as well upload it in 4K, even if people listen to it more so than they watch it. So that's coming out. It's certainly the best I've ever looked on YouTube. It's certainly the best looking video probably that I've ever dropped on YouTube. Arguably, it's up there. And I really enjoy the sort of, not a complete departure, but we expand on topics that are not necessarily scams, but are sort of more social commentaries. We talk about religion. We talk about a little politics. We talk about a little society type beat. We talk about a little scamming. So, you know, don't let me incentivize y'all now. Don't let me incentivize y'all. I'll also tell you what, to sweeten the deal. If we fill up this donut goal, I'll not only tell you who it is, I'll show you the trailer for it as well. Bombaclat, he's giving too much. Monsoon Lagoon says, I hate Costco now. People's brains turn to mush. Legit phenomenon that should be studied. It's also the same with the airport. People literally become retarded in the airport. I've seen people who are 3 times my age in the airport being like, should we go this way or that? Like native English speakers looking at a sign written in English saying, go this way for fucking baggage claim or go this way for security. And they're like looking around at each other. Do you think security is that way? Do we have to take off our shoes? Oh, my favorite moment in the airport is when you go through the security and you're supposed to grab your stuff from the bin, you know, when it comes through the scanner, and people stand right there blocking, like right there at the mouth of the conveyor belt, blocking everyone else behind them from getting their bin while they put on their belt and stuff. Motherfucker, pick up your bin and put it behind you on the massive array of tables they have there. There's ample space. Or just slide down. God forbid you just slide down. Fuck me. Cats are love, says Fuzzy Dylan. Well, I've had some good experiences with cats, but chilling on these 2 cats that my relatives have. That girl, Sam, says, Marco, do you cook? Yes, I do. I trust me. Even though I'm never getting married, like I've told y'all I'm never getting married, if I did, my wife would be blessed because I'd be throwing down. I'd be throwing down the burgers that I make, the chicken Greek souvlaki wraps that I make, the the buffalo chicken baked macaroni and cheese that I make. Pussy clot. I'm out here. The sandwiches that I make. Hello. You see it. Oh, yeah. Better or worse than the Erewhon vlog. Funny you mentioned that, Specs, because I mentioned to my relative about how Trump's granddaughter also has these completely tone-deaf pieces of video through her vlogs, like the Erewhon vlog she did. Bro, this movie was somehow more tone-deaf than the Erewhon shit. There was one scene where Melania is in the car. Oh, by the way, the money that they spent on licensing music for this movie, absurd. Billie Jean was used in this movie. Billie Jean by Michael Jackson. The amount of money they must have paid just to license the song. You know, this is the most expensive documentary of all time, as far as I understand it. I watched a video earlier today that said that, which is just mental. But there's a scene where she's in the car, and the lowly peasant producer filming has the audacity to speak when not spoken to, and says, "What's your favorite song?" And Melania says, "Billie Jean." She says she likes Michael Jackson, and then ask what song. She says, "Billie Jean." So Billie Jean comes on, and she's like barely singing along. She's like, "Billie Jean, not my love," right? And this scene also drags on. And I literally looked to my relative and I said, see, I said the conversation that happened prior to them filming this was normal people sing in the car, right? That's what we'll put in the movie. That'll make people relate to her because that's what normal people do as they're being driven around in the back seat by the Secret Service wearing an outfit that costs more than your fucking house on their way to the private jet. You know, it's a big club and we ain't in it for sure. Didn't the director have ties to the island? Yes, the director. I think it was actually the producer, if I'm not mistaken, Brett Ratner. You may recognize that name because he directed the Rush Hour trilogy. And I watched a video about how, I wonder if I can actually pull this up here. Melania, there was like a, where did I watch this? I think it was this one. One second, I'm looking in my YouTube history because I think it was on YouTube. I watched something about how the whole financing of it was alleged. Here, I think this was it. Was it alleged to be? Yes. Okay, let's watch.
Here we go again.
The new Melania documentary just opened in theaters.
Everyone wants to know. So here it is.
And it is polarizing. The best showing in a decade for a documentary, but also not even good propaganda.
I'm very proud of. I'm an immigrant. I'm coming from a different country, and it's incredible.
Critics absolutely hate it. They call it an elaborate piece of designer taxidermy, a medieval tribute to placate the greedy king, a cheeseball infomercial of staggering inertia. Melania is as compelling as dental floss. And on sites like Letterboxd, Melania has an absolutely abysmal score. On Rotten Tomatoes, too. There's the 10% critic score, but look at that 99% audience score. What's interesting is that the film appears to have sold the most seats in Trump stronghold states like Texas and Florida. And that Trump effect is real.
I think it's a very important movie. I think it's
An important movie. Nothing happens in the movie. Why did I watch it? The movie? I thought it would be funny, and it was.
really going to be very important.
Amazon sure thought so when it paid Melania Trump's brand new production company $40 million for the rights.
Okay, so here's the alleged scheme, right? Amazon pays Melania's new production company, $40 million.
And then spent another $35 million on marketing.
Do the math. $75 million for a vlog.
Making it, reportedly, the most expensive documentary in history. That's what it costs to play the trailer on repeat on the Las Vegas Sphere. And those novelty popcorn buckets don't pay for themselves. The problem is, though, financially, the film is a flop. $75 million up front, only opening for $8 million in ticket sales. That's not great business. So, like any business venture that loses an astonishing amount of money, you gotta wonder, so why'd they do it? I won't guess, but there is at least one clear beneficiary, someone who understands how helpful it can be to be in Trump's good graces. The director, Brett Ratner.
Okay, he did direct it.
He was accused but denied allegations of sexual misconduct with multiple women in 2017. Melania is his comeback, and he has another one planned too. Before Me Too, he directed the Rush Hour franchise. Apparently, Trump was a fan, and now, at Trump's personal request, Ratner will make his Hollywood comeback with the newly greenlit Rush Hour 4. Anybody's guess as to whether that would have happened if not for Donald Trump himself.
So it's just amazing. There's a scene in the movie where they're at the inauguration dinner, and Jeff Bezos is sitting next to Miriam Adelson, who, if you know anything about Miriam Adelson, she is the Israeli-American widow of Sheldon Adelson, and is she the biggest? $34.6 billion net worth, 48th richest person in the world, biggest Trump donor, and I believe biggest AIPAC donor. Israeli-American physician and billionaire casino magnate. Always, of course, the people who support Israel are always making their money off of something that's making the public better and making the world a better place, right? Casino, OnlyFans, doom scrolling. You love to see it. Big Pharma. Okay. One of Donald's most prominent and prolific financial supporters, identified as a leading donor in his 2020 and 2024 campaigns. $100 million donation to support Trump's reelection through Preserve America Super PAC. Are they going to mention anything about Israel? You can read about it. She likes Israel. I bet BB loved this film. So true. Thumbs up the thing. So true. The director and Chris Tucker go way back. Yeah, I mean, you remember Chris Tucker was also Pondy Island. Chris Tucker was also...
Made up on Epstein Island.
Sheldon Adelson was a huge supporter of Netanyahu. Yep. If you watch the documentary, The BB Files, which is about Netanyahu's corruption lawsuit or criminal investigation case, whatever it is, in Israel, Miriam and Sheldon are interviewed interrogated in that movie as well. Brandon, what up, Brandon C? Mo, what up? I bet it made Birth of a Nation look like Citizen Kane. So true. Nick Shirley mentioning Israel won't ever happen. Mayhaps it won't ever happen. Mayhaps. Okay, speaking of Nick Shirley, let's look at this video from Fox. You know we love Fox. We love Fox. No, I'm joking, but let's watch this.
Now, Manhattan Institute senior fellow Christopher Rufo. Christopher, I'm going to shut up. Just talk about what you discovered in these numbers and how you kind of peel back this onion.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, we had 4 reporters working on this story for a number of months, and what we discovered was really shocking. Not only are these top-line numbers somewhere between $180 billion and $280 billion in fraud under Gavin Newsom in California, but when you dig into it,
$200 billion, a fifth of $1 trillion.
and you read all of the court documents, the indictments, the other investigations, we found out that virtually every criminal group on planet Earth has been looting the state of California. Romanian international fraud rings. You had rap groups in Memphis, Tennessee. You had neo-Nazi prison gangs. You had people actually in California death row applying for fraudulent unemployment benefits. And what we found is that essentially every criminal group saw that Gavin Newsom was opening the floodgates of state spending. They could take whatever they wanted. And he's losing now an estimated up to $50 billion a year to fraud with no end in sight.
So the way I read your report, and it was great, it was really like...
Think of what could have been done with that $50 billion. We could have given that money to Israel, you guys. And we wasted it on Romanian scammers.
A willful removal by California of all the kinds of checks and balances you'd want to have on this system to prevent fraud. It seemed like the idea was just, we want to get cash out to people as fast as possible. And if fraud happens, good for them, because they'll probably be glad for us and vote for us. Maybe I'm taking it too far, Chris, but it looked like a really systematic dismantling of all fraud protections there.
Absolutely no, you're not taking it far enough. And in fact, this dates back more than 10 years, where Democrats have systematically dismantled all of the fraud protections that had been in place. And then,
of course, it's Fox News, so they have to make it about Democrats. But we know that it's both sides doing this shit.
Rejected any attempt to even do a basic audit of these programs. And so California Republicans, who are in a very small minority in the legislature, have been calling for audits, for legislative action, for further accountability. Democrats are going the other way, though. They're saying, actually, we want to reduce penalties for fraud. We talked to one legislator who says if Democrats get their way in this next session, they'll have essentially legalized welfare fraud in the state of California. Look, this puts money not only into fraudsters' pockets, it puts money into the union pockets, it puts money into all of these interest groups that California Democrats rely on. Fraud is perversely good for Democrats, even if it's bad for taxpayers.
Because that equals power and control, and that's why these Democrats get into this grift known as politics in the first place. And Chris, but connect this to the American taxpayer and how this also, particularly with Medi-Cal and the schemes that have been used, like that the Republicans tried to enter the big, beautiful bill with the taxation money laundering scheme, if you will, where it's this fraud, it is siphoning money also off of federal taxpayers and the federal government.
Yeah, that's right. The majority of this money is actually money that comes from Washington, comes from the federal government, and goes to California to pay for these programs. I'll give you one really good example. There's a program called IHSS, In-Home Supported Services, and California right now pays about 800,000 people to provide in-home care services, mostly to family members. They do laundry, they cook, they clean, they watch television, and some estimate that between 20 and 40% of this program, which costs more than $30 billion a year, mostly federal cash, is fraudulent because it operates on the honor system, in effect. Yeah. There's very little oversight, very little accountability, and it's now the #1 job in the state of California. This is, in other words, almost like a welfare program, paying people to take care of their own family members with little or no oversight. It's a disaster.
Excellent stuff, Chris. We appreciate you bringing it to us.
It's just wild because didn't the, I don't know, what the American colonies or whatever, mind you, I went to school in Canada, so we didn't learn about U.S. history and politics growing up. But didn't they fucking, with the Boston Tea Party, didn't they like revolt over like 2% tax on tea? I'm Googling it. Tax. The source of the protesters' anger was the passage of the Tea Act by the British Parliament on 1773, which allowed the East India Company to sell Chinese tea in the colonies without paying taxes. So this was enough in the 1700s to cause a revolution. And now we're at a point where a single state throwing $180 to $200 billion, which is the estimate. You have to assume it's more if that's what they're reporting, right? You have to assume that they're giving a conservative estimate. Now, that's just like, oh, geez, wow. I watched another one about, it was like a Nick Shirley style thing in Australia, though. Forget the creator's name. But it was like an Australian, let me see if I can find an Australian fraud. If I just search that. Australian fraud. It wasn't hospice. It was like cleaning. I'm trying to see. It was about how like the same thing is happening in Australia where these typically, yeah, this is the one. 4 weeks ago, 1 million views. They're bodying this. Pete Z and Drew. So it's called I Exposed a $4.6 billion disability fraud scheme. So basically in this one, they're finding out that people, I mean, I highly recommend this video. Maybe I'll post it in the Discord if you guys want to watch it. Let me post it in my Discord. If you're not in the link in the chat right now. Here, let's put it in recommendations. Definitely check this video out. It's basically showing there's one scene where I want to go to this just one scene. We're not going to watch the whole video. But they basically rent an Airbnb and they hire these cleaners who are like an official contractor who are government funded to do cleaning. And they see what they do to actually clean and how much they got charged for it based on the fact that they said that they have a relative who's disabled, so they need these people to come in and clean. Let's just watch this short segment here of the video. Okay, let's watch.
That this will take to actually clean a room like this. It's minimums, but I know.
You can have a look on the NDI's website and see if there's any minimums. I haven't seen one.
Yeah, no, I know that there isn't minimums, but people keep trying to tell me that there's minimums and that the NDIS has minimums, but I know that it's not true.
Yeah, I haven't seen a minimum on the NDIS website.
Basically, just a little background. The fraud is so rampant that as this guy goes through and does his investigation, he finds a bunch of different service providers who do things like clean, and they all say that the guidelines from the official NDIS, the actual funding organization that provides this funding, that they have a guideline that you have to put a minimum amount of time. So even if a job only took 30 minutes, you still need to bill for a minimum of 2 hours. So he goes around and gets this story from several people, but then when he calls the actual NDIS themselves, they say, no, that's not true. You absolutely can bill for 30 minutes if it only took 30 minutes. So that's just the most minimum extent of the fraud, is people overblowing, overestimating, overinflating their bills based on a deceptive overestimation of how much time they're spending. So we're going to see an example of that in action right here.
So if they clean for 30 minutes, they have to put 30 minutes on the invoice.
Yes.
So I'm here now with a very established cleaner who's been in the industry for how long?
7 years.
The whistleblower sent me the NDIS participants unit. How long do you think that this will take to actually clean a room like this?
So I would assume if it was like a deep clean, it would take at least 2 hours to clean, because I know NDIS does more surface cleans. I would say maybe roughly 30 minutes to complete.
So you think 30 minutes for something like this?
I would say 30 minutes. Yeah.
This is the Airbnb that we actually rented. Are you ready, Adrian, for the big reveal? And this is the size of what the NDIS participants unit would look like. So it's very accurate on the dimensions, the sizing, and everything like that. So this will be a good test. But we can't just leave it like this. We've got to do a few things to make this look like, I've been living here for 3 years. Or like...
NDIS stands for National Disability Insurance Scheme, by the way.
My grandma.
It's the Australian government initiative providing funding to eligible people under 65 with permanent and significant disabilities.
May Parker has been living here for 3 years. Aunt May! Yeah, just act like, you know, not too messy, but, you know, I've been sleeping in here for like, you know, a century. So they're about 2 minutes away from being here, the cleaner. I think I only just put like...
So they just go into a perfectly fine Airbnb, dirty it up a little bit.
You know, kind of like if someone was just... Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I think just a little...
Bambakla Hamad Youssef. The Shah of Elon, so true. Elon Musk. Get ready, Musk.
A little bit, just like that. We've got to make it look used.
Oh, Pete, I see them. Hurry up.
So, obviously, of course, Mohammed and Fatima are coming through to clean it.
This isn't shutting. Oh my goodness. We're going to leave $60 up there as well. Hello, how are you? Very good. Yeah, you work here? Yeah. I'm going to be gone until late next week. So you guys just do what you need to do. No problem. And that's it. And then, yeah, my participant will be back in a few days. In a couple of days, so you take your time.
Everything here?
Sorry? How are you guys going to clean without any supplies? Okay. So this will be on the NDIS, charge the NDIS, right? The invoice? Yes? Okay, that's all good. You guys just do what you need to do, and yeah, I'll be back in a few days, so. Okay, thank you. Holy crap. How is there 2 cleaners for such a small room? Now, I was going to set up multiple cameras to show evidence on this.
Walt Turner. Much love and respect. Hey, Walt Turner, next multi-level misery drops. I have actually a few recorded already that are ready to go. So I'm dropping this podcast, this secret podcast on Monday. And then following that, I have more multi-level miseries that are ready to drop as well. So stay tuned. Keep your eyes peeled. But regarding your other question, no comment. And I appreciate all of your support. And, you know, I would love to give you guys updates when I can. And I will when I can. But just know that on a personal level, my battles continue to rage on. And I appreciate your support.
But unfortunately, in this country of Australia, you would potentially go to jail for committing such a heinous crime of setting up one single camera inside of a room. That's right. You would get potentially up to 5 years in prison. So I can't risk that. Obviously, I've dealt with the court system before. It just shows you how bad.
So basically, he's not allowed to put a camera in there to actually monitor and see what level of cleaning they're doing in there, which is fucked because you're allowed to commit fraud, but not to record the fraud being committed. Welcome to Australia. So just keep that in mind, but he has another way.
The system currently is that it's actually set up for the criminal rather than the actual person trying to bring justice. Did you see them? Yeah, it's 2 of them, yeah. They're a couple. Yeah. Bro, they literally have no cleaning supplies at all. No mop, no vacuum, no wipes, no spray. All right, so the time starts now. Let's see how long they take.
Okay, in defense of these cleaners here, it's possible that they had equipment in the car and they first were going in to just assess what equipment they might have needed. You get me?
W. Turner 1801 donated 10 Canadian dollars. You're Canadian, but this is for your primarily American needs.
Walt Turner, I have no idea what you're talking about, but I appreciate you very much. Officially speaking, I have no idea what you're talking about, and I disagree, and no comment. But thank you, Walt Turner. I appreciate it.
To actually clean that room. I swear, if they literally leave within 20 minutes and then charge me 2 hours, that's going to be the biggest joke. How is there 2 separate cleaners for such a small room? I'm guessing they will charge a fortune, actually, but we'll see. We'll soon find out what could possibly be happening inside of this room. They didn't even have cleaning equipment. They came with nothing. What are they cleaning this with? I don't understand. How are NDIS providers getting cleaners like this to do that? I'm rolling. What's the time? 25 minutes. 25 minutes. Holy crap. Wait. So they've taken 25 minutes? Where are they? They're at the door. Both of them are coming out now. They've taken 25 minutes and now they're leaving. Oh, crap.
So we don't know how this was edited, but presumably these 2 never came back out to fetch any equipment from their car. So 2 things. 1, it's possible that they had equipment in their car, cleaning equipment, cleaning supplies, but based on the very minimal mess that was left there by the YouTubers, they deemed it not necessary to go and get that equipment that they may have had. We don't know. And so they just decided to clean with whatever they had. This is still problematic, which we will see in a moment, because obviously you still can't clean with nothing. Even if you Even if it turns out that you don't need a vacuum, you still need something, right? Paper towel, spray cleaner, surface level cleaner, something, Windex, something, right? And then, of course, the other level of that is even if they did have equipment, are they billing honestly?
Oh, crap. Let's hope they don't see you. They're leaving after 25 minutes. Job well done. Now, this is the thing. We have to wait to actually receive the invoice. Are they going to drive down this way? I think so. Yeah. So we have to wait to receive the invoice. So if they put anything above this, if they put 2 hours on the invoice, you know this is what a lot of people are potentially doing in the NDIS.
And there's 751,000 members of the NDIS as of September 30th, 2025. So this actually kind of suggests confirmation to me of what I theorized recently about Canada, about that since we have socialized medicine, that it's the biggest chunk of the government's, federal spending is on healthcare because we have free healthcare in Canada. I have to imagine that there are so many different companies and contractors that are just scamming the system and sucking it dry by taking money for nothing. And I don't remember what video it was that I saw this point made, but I actually wouldn't be surprised if it's true. But it's the idea that even though there's all this fraud being committed, so many of the jobs that exist in the government system, which are just useless bureaucracy, pen pushing, paper pushing nonsense that could be eliminated, are purposely not eliminated because it would lead to such massive levels of unemployment that they just opt not to do that. Which I believe that.
Allegedly, anyway. So, bro, they were laughing as they were walking out, as they're like, it's the funniest thing ever. I just screwed over an NDIS participant. Come on. In reality, they don't understand. They've been caught in 4K, 8K, especially if I receive that invoice. These guys, we're going to make sure that they get reported and everything, and we confront them about it. So, oh my, wait, I thought they were, oh, it's still there, yeah. Well, when you have no cleaning equipment, how are you going to clean? Like, look at this. They didn't even clean the fridge. All of this is all messy, all smudgy. They haven't cleaned any of this. Oh my goodness, if you look at this, look at all the swirls and everything on this mirror right here. They didn't even clean this at all. Genuinely, right now, all they've done is clean I would say the bed. Okay, they literally kept the mat on the floor. I mean, the bathroom is like somewhat decent. Bro, what the hell? She used my tissues that we had from the tissue box. Look how many tissues that she used. I guess that's why they had no cleaning equipment. They just go around using other people's tissues.
This was a stunning revelation to me, that they basically just put ran water on the tissues and used the tissues. And also, you didn't even try to hide it. Just put it in the garbage.
Holy crap. We've received the invoice.
No way.
We've received the invoice. I didn't tell you. We just received the invoice from Help in Support. The people that just did 25 minutes at that unit.
Oh my God, I did not see
$236.06 they charged.
What? That's 25 minutes.
For 25 minutes.
Does it say how many hours?
Let's check. View your bill online. We'll check right now. This will be crazy if they actually put, how many hours did they put? What? So they put 2 hours for the cleaning, $116.06. Then non-labor costs, $120. I did not agree to that at all.
Did they tell you about that?
No. And this is through the NDIS. They expect the NDIS to fund this.
And why would it be for 2 people when one person is driving?
$236. What? Bro, for 25 minutes. We need to go and confront them about this because this is, it's not right. We need to confront them, also report them to the NDIS. People that are allegedly, taking this money.
Think about how easy it must be to finesse the system. Imagine you immigrate to a country like Australia, right? You could lie and say that one of the relatives who you move there with is disabled and needs to become a beneficiary of the NDIS, so they're getting whatever bills covered and monthly, benefits that they might get. And then at the same time, you can also manipulate the other side of the coin by being a NDIS provider yourself, all under the same roof, have somebody who's a beneficiary of NDIS and somebody who's also a beneficiary of NDIS through providing services, wiping some surfaces down with a tissue box. It's just
like $236. They're not going to go into it because they think it's peanuts. And the crazy part is there's 751,000 NDIS participants. And if we just put a conservative amount of 20% of that number, then if you times that by 200, which is what my invoice got inflated, that then equals $30 million potentially being defrauded from the NDIS. That is actually insane and a misuse of funding. Help in support, $236.06 for a 25-minute cleaning job. What do you think?
It's crazy.
It's great.
So the staff wouldn't have a clue how much they're actually getting for the job. They would only be knowing what their actual payment is.
I'm going to go to their location.
And literally, how can anyone but a YouTuber monitor this? How could anybody find out they're doing this without taking matters into their own hands like this gentleman did? Is the NDIS going to secretly send out an auditor to follow one of their providers? I mean, they should, but are they? I would guess not.
So this is going to be interesting.
You're going there today.
Yeah.
Man, be careful. You're not going alone, but...
No, I'll have people. With Drew, he's back from America. Come on.
25 minutes, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, so you get the idea. I highly recommend that video, so go watch that when you have a chance. Okay, so here's another video. This is from ABC about the hospice fraud in California. So, look, I know people have their opinions on Nick Shirley, which, like I said, if you want to criticize him for being MAGA, if you want to criticize him for being an Israel supporter, I agree with those criticisms. As I said on the last stream where I talked about Nick Shirley, reacting to his hospice fraud video, a broken clock is right twice a day. It is entirely possible that he is misguided and incorrect in his support of Trump and his support of Israel, and also at the same time that he is correct in his findings when it comes to fraud, even if it is being done with the intention of purely trying to make Democrats look bad. You know, this is part of what I'm trying to get people to realize is that Democrat or Republican, it's two wings of the same bird, and fraud is fraud regardless of who's committing it and who's exposing it. It's bad regardless. So, you know, looking through that lens, let's take that into consideration. It seems that Nick Shirley has been vindicated, both with the Somalian daycare fraud, which the Minnesota government admitted was true. Never mind that Tim Walz resigned after that. Now you have this hospice fraud, which other news organizations are confirming as well. So let's check this out. Doctors, nurses arrested in SoCal healthcare fraud investigation.
Investigation here in Southern California. Defendants built the U.S. out of more than $50 million. That's according to the U.S. Department of Justice, saying doctors and nurses were arrested today. Eyewitness News reporter Annabelle Munoz has the details.
50 what? Billion?
Yeah, defendants built the U.S. out of more than $50 million.
Oh, million, okay.
That's according to the U.S. Department of Justice, saying doctors and nurses were arrested today. Eyewitness News reporter Annabelle Munoz has the details.
The FBI provided this video, part of a series of search and arrest warrants conducted across Southern California this morning over suspected health fraud, including in hospice care.
These defendants recruited beneficiaries who were not terminally ill and paid them to pose as patients receiving hospice care. Medicare then paid millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars, on false and fraudulent claims.
Okay, so now it's hundreds of millions, not 50 million.
Submitted by fraudsters.
Among the 8 people arrested, a Covina couple. The Justice Department says 66-year-old psychologist Gladwin Gill and his wife, a registered nurse, operated a fraudulent hospice business out of Glendale.
This particular hospice
Surprise, surprise.
submitted more than $5.2 million in fraudulent claims, and Medicare actually paid out more than $4 million.
So just one husband and wife finessed $4 million. Just one couple. So imagine what the true number is. Think about how many people live in California state. 40 million, something like that? I'm pretty sure the state of California has more people than the entire country of Canada. Population of California. 39.95 million. Population of Canada. 41 million. So it's basically the same. Just in the one state of California. This is why people don't understand how small Canada really is, because our landmass is so huge, but much of that land is uninhabitable. Like you have the Canadian Shield, for example. Canadian Shield. So much of it, here, the Canadian Shield, a vast 5 million kilometer region covering half of Canada, extending from the Arctic Ocean to the Great Lakes, composed of igneous and metamorphic rock, characterized by thin soil, coniferous forests, and immense mineral wealth. Basically, you can't build there. There's nothing there. It's just nature. The Canadian, look at how much of Canada that is. So, anyways, Canada is very small compared to the US. Just the one state of California has the equivalent population of all of Canada. So this is just one husband and wife couple who finessed $4 million. Why am I not a fraudster? Honestly, it's moments like this where I think about all the things I'm dealing with, all the legal battles, all of the stress, all of the, moral wrestlings that I do, when I could probably just finesse the Canadian government by setting up some fraudulent hospice provider bullshit like this and make a few $1 million. Even if I get in trouble for it and they shut me down, are they going to be, I know what I know about, based on what I know about how government lawsuits go against wrongdoers. If I'm one of thousands of people like this who commits fraud, do you think the government is going to take the time or has even the time or the resources to litigate all the way to going to trial against all of these people? I'm going to finesse $4 million and I'm going to pay a $1 million settlement and I'm going to go about my life and run off with $3 million clear. Why am I not doing that? Aside from the fact that it's wrong, aside from the fact that I'm stealing taxpayer dollars, you could argue that it's a victimless crime. They're getting people who are perfectly healthy to pose as sick people getting hospice care. So those people aren't being harmed, and they're just filling out paperwork and bilking the government, taking the tax money. But the thing is, the reason you could argue it's a victimless crime is because that tax money was going to get paid anyways. The taxpayers weren't paying extra taxes because of these programs. As far as I know, the tax rate is what it is based on your income level. So it's really besides the point. You have to pay your taxes regardless of how the taxes are being allocated. So why would you not just be a fucking scammer and finesse the tax system? You could argue that actually it's a morally justified thing to do because the only people you're stealing from are the government, who are stealing from everybody else anyways. It's like if you steal from a bank, are you really stealing? Of course you are. But I've heard this argument, but it's like their money is insured. You pay a bank to hold your money, which makes no sense because then they use your money to go and invest and make more money, but you're paying them to do it. So really what they should be paying you to do it if you think about it. Plus, they make the money. They make up the money. They type it in on a screen. So really, let me tell this story carefully. When I was a younger man, okay, this is maybe 10 years ago, I remember having a conversation with a guy who was a scammer. And he explained to me in detail how he ran a scam, which was ingenious. And I'll tell you exactly what he did. The scam was this. The scam went like this. This guy would find somebody who was downtrodden. Usually it was somebody who was like a crackhead or homeless person. He would get one of these people to cash a check, which was a fake check. The way he created these fake checks was he would pull up the numbered company name or number of some company that he found on the Alberta registry that was like a big company, multi-million-dollar company, contracting company, something, right? He would then order the exact type of paper that they use for checks. So it was essentially check paper. He had like a plug, a resource, a provider that was giving him this check paper. He would then create a check and type out a, let's say, $20,000 check to John Smith. John Smith, the crackhead, either using a fake ID or using their real ID, but they didn't care because they were already basically off the grid, homeless, whatever. There was no way to get them. He would tell them, okay, I'm going to give you a percentage of this money. Let's say $2,000. Here's a $20,000 fake check. I'm going to give you $2,000. You're going to take this check, go into the bank, and you don't even give it to a teller where they could ask questions. You're going to put it in the machine. Because I don't know if they still do this. I've never actually deposited a check into a machine, but you can deposit you can deposit an envelope of cash into the machine, and then it asks you how much is in the envelope, and you type, and then that amount is debited or credited to your account, and it's in there. The next morning or whatever in the bank, they'll actually open it and check and see, and if there's any discrepancy, then it gets flagged. So he would do the same thing with a check, where they were putting in the envelope for a check or whatever and saying it was like $20,000, or they're giving it to a teller and it's $9,999, whatever amount is needed to avoid suspicion or to avoid a flag. So they go deposit the check. Now the money is in the account. It's an instant, there's no hold on it, right? It's instantly there. They would then use their debit card to withdraw that exact amount of money. So process is quite simple. They deposit a check through the envelope into the machine. They type $9,999 is what was in it. It might as well have been a completely empty envelope, but it's not. So they put that through, and then as soon as it hits the account, they put in their debit card and they withdraw that amount in cash. Boom. Now you can't find. Now it's cash. It's free and clear. That's money in the wind, essentially. So now you have the cash. By the time the company realizes that their account has been billed for $9,999 to some John Smith who never worked there, they will flag it with the bank. And guess what? The bank will reimburse them. Nobody loses. Literally nobody loses. The person, the crackhead or the homeless person who went and did the actual heist gets their little cut. They probably went to buy drugs in a hotel room or whatever they did with it. The actual scammer is in the wind. Their name was never on it. Their fingerprints were never on it. They were never part of it. There's no way to figure out who it was, right? Even if you caught the crackhead red-handed and said, "Who put you up to this?" It would be some street guy. "Oh, Smokey put me up to it." Some street name that they, it's not like they knew. So, yeah, and then you can just rinse and repeat that process. There's literally, as far as I know, no way of stopping that unless everybody's check has a hold on it, or unless they start questioning for every little amount of money that you put through. And it doesn't matter to them. It's breakage. Their money is insured. The bank is insured. So it almost makes you wonder, like, why do we work hard, do the right thing, act with a moral compass, and pay our taxes and pull our fair share of the load for nothing? Why do we do it? Why are we doing this? You see me struggling with this. Johnny Groan said, "The math does not math. Why are you spreading lies? They literally showed CBS their daycare surveillance cams, which showed they had kids." Okay, you're talking about a specific daycare, Johnny Groan. You're cherry picking a specific thing. The government of Minnesota admitted that there was daycare fraud. I'm not talking about any specific one location. Rob's neighbor says it's sad. We work so hard to do it right. Yeah. Because your soul would be compromised, says UUB. Would my soul be compromised for finessing the government who's finessing me right back? The same government who brought in so many immigrants that it inflated the housing prices, that someone who's born and raised in this country is now an adult who's of the age where it's time to consider getting married and having a family and buying a home, can't even afford a home, can't get a job. The entry-level job market is like the worst it's been since the Great Depression. If I wanted to stop YouTube or even add some sort of work on top of what I do with YouTube, it's almost impossible, especially considering I've been a YouTuber for the last 7 years. I don't have much like actual work experience, I don't have a degree. Never mind that even if I could afford it, I'm surrounded by complete melting pot demographic that's alien to me. I'm sorry. I've said this before, and you'll see me talk about this in the new podcast episode I have coming out. When I was a kid, you can look at my class photos from when I was a kid. The majority of kids were white. Now, I look at my little cousins and my nieces and their class photos. They're among the only kids who look white, and they're not even fully white. They're mixed, but they're white passing. I don't like that. There has to be some sort of overarching identity to a country. If a country has no identity, is it even really a country, you know? And again, I've talked about this ad nauseum. This is only problematic or like, you know, scrutinizable when you talk about a predominantly white country. If I was sitting here saying Japan should stay majority Japanese, you would all agree with me. If I said Thailand should stay majority Thailand, you would all agree with me. It's only a problem when you dare to defend white people or a white country or Europeans who are the global minority. We've had it shoved down our throat, minority this, minority that. So back to the question, would it actually compromise my soul to finesse back the same government that's been finessing me, making me fund the destruction of my own country and the theft of my own opportunities as a young adult? Let's be honest. The adulthood that I was advertised and promised, if I just simply went to school, didn't scam anyone, do the right thing, work hard, if I did all that, I would be able to buy a house and get married and have a family and live in peace. That's not true. That was not true. I imagine that I feel about the current state of Canada the way many people who were fans of Game of Thrones felt following the first however many seasons of the show, only to get to the last season and watch the writers and producers shit the bed. That's how I feel. That I went through all of my 12 years of grade schooling up until grade 12, my 1 year of university that I did, all the work that I did for the years after that, to now be, I just turned 30 years old not even a month ago, to now be 30 years old and looking at the chessboard going, Gladwin and Emilu Gill, presumably from India or Pakistan based on the last name Gill. More than $4 million paid out on false hospice claims made by the Gills. Hospice money spent on their personal mortgage, car payments, international flights, and restaurant bills. It makes you think, why am I not doing that? It's literally, the system is literally built and incentivized to do wrong. Actually, I want to keep watching this and see what the penalty is. What is the penalty for this?
Mr. Gill's attorney told Eyewitness News he denies the allegations.
His attorney, who he can more than afford thanks to this money that he has, said he denies the allegations, and the lawyer is going to stand there and goad the government on to bring him to justice or, you know, the health service, whatever, and they're going to settle.
And looks forward to his day in court. Asaili was joined by Dr. Mehmet Oz, head of the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services.
We're going to review every single hospice in California to make sure that they're all appropriate, and we hope to do that expeditiously. We'll do it this year.
During the news conference, federal authorities were asked about this video California Governor Gavin Newsom said his office was reviewing back in January. Oz, who's Turkish-American, stood in front of an Armenian-owned bakery in Van Nuys alleging widespread fraud in the area. Asaili confirmed none of the defendants named today were connected to that video. Dr. Oz responded to the outcry that his accusations, which the business owner denounced as false, were discriminatory.
I was stating the facts as they've been explained to me, and we have a lot of evidence of where the fraud is just looking at the numbers.
Oz did not provide any evidence against a specific business in connection to that video. Today, he suggested half of LA County hospice care facilities are fraudulent, pointing to survival percentages as evidence.
World experts at CMS say if you've got 100% or near survival, certainly if you've got a survival over 50% for a population that's supposed to pass in 6 months, you've got a problem.
Governor Gavin Newsom responded.
Great point. Great point. As much as I also don't like Dr. Oz, that's a great point. If you're in hospice care, my understanding is that hospice is end-of-life care, right? Hospice care provides specialized, comfort-focused care for individuals with terminal illnesses, typically a life expectancy of 6 months or less, who are no longer seeking curative treatment. If you have people who have been on hospice for 2 years, if you have people who have been on, beneficiaries of a program like this for 10 years, that's obviously a red flag.
responded to the accusations, the state has not done enough, saying in part, the Trump administration, home of the biggest fraudsters on earth, is trying to blame California for issues with their federal programs. His press office said California has taken action for years, including suspending more than 280 licenses and banning new ones.
So I'll admit, I don't know how the system works there exactly when it comes to like federal versus state programs. Obviously, the surface level analysis would be that if some fraud is happening in California, it must be happening under the nose of, or under the purview of, or under the jurisdiction of the healthcare providers and regulators in that state. But I know it's not that simple. I know that there is also federal healthcare programs, federally funded programs, which the state doesn't have a say in. So I will admit that I don't know exactly who's telling the truth when it comes to the finger pointing here of if it's Gavin Newsom and his incompetence or the federal government and their incompetence. Regardless of whether it's the California Democratic governor or the Republican Donald Trump president and his team, the fraud is happening right under our nose and nothing's being done about it. So again, let's look past left and right for a second and realize we're all being fucked.
Annabelle Munoz, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
People that might just eat on my food. So true. So true. I am really a numbers guy, yes. They used to pay you through decent interest rates. That was pre-08. Yep. I think we're getting to the Chase Bank scheme, says Brandon C. Let me Google that. Chase Bank scheme. The money glitch? Is that the one you're talking about? Promoted check fraud, not a legitimate bank error. People deposited fake checks into their accounts and quickly withdrew the funds, resulting in frozen accounts, immense negative balances, and in many cases, criminal investigation. Yeah, it was basically that. Sig Sire says that's the identity of the country. It's a personal choice. You know what's right or wrong. Literally, what would be stopping you? What would be stopping somebody from just making a fake ID, never having to go in person to show their face, filling out all the documents to register a hospice care facility, making up fake customers and fake spreadsheets, and then billing the government out the nose? What would actually happen to you? You know, again, even if you were caught, you've made so much money by the time you're caught that fuck it, you know? And then sue anyone who brings it up about you. This is why I feel like sometimes maybe I'm not for this world. Maybe I'm not for this, certainly this generation, but I have to assume that that's naive and that every generation has always had these bad actors. But it just seems that it's gone completely out of control. Like, I think the robber barons of the early 1900s would have stars in their eyes if they could see how widespread fraud is today, and monopolization and, you know, unfair trade practices and you name it. That was funny, Marco, except for the one thing you said about my political party. Yeah, no shit. It's like the video I did about the Cash App scheme. Same thing. I don't know if I actually remember that, Specs. Let me pull up Netflips. Y'all got to check out Specs' channel, Netflips. Here, let me see if I can... Oh, is it this one? The Cash App glitch of 2023? This video did good, huh?
Is having a problem and doesn't...
54K views. Let's go. Oh, hold on. I sense lag. One second. Sometimes when I have too many tabs open. Get GST number, my you, write off everything. I mean, I have all my shit incorporated for, you know, upper, but are we good? That when you're streaming on again, I was dropping now 1,900. It was at 10,000. It was crashing. I drop it down to 8,000. Still 5,000, 2,000. Now I'm down to 1,400, and we're still getting these overload encoding issues. And there's nothing I can do to like diagnose it or stop it, as far as I understand. I even lowered the resolution, the output resolution of my stream, so that now you can't even watch it in 1440. It's always like 1080 is the max resolution, and it still be. Oh look, yeah, fuck yeah, just nuked half of the viewership. Fuck yeah. Yes, love that. Oh, still lagging. Specs, I think your video is cursed. As soon as I open Specs video, all of a sudden we're getting lag and crashing. I blame Specs. Easiest thing to do, guys, is to just blame Specs when it's not going well.
And doesn't have an immediate fix.
Twitter is up in arms over transactions, a glitch with the app.
We're hearing from frustrated Cash App users.
Yes, sir. They lose balance. Hold on, I'm gonna cash out here, boys, right now. I'm gonna cash out right now. Yup. Instant. Instant.
This is the Cash App glitch of 2023. Don't know what the Cash App glitch is. Don't worry.
Specs.
In this video, we're going to find out what it is, what it was, is it still going on, and should you do it? So what exactly is
And should you do it? This is Specs, by the way, everybody who's in the chat.
the Cash App glitch? So originally, Cash App was having issues where their customers were being charged twice. Now, usually this is just a quick fix where people get mad and then eventually they fix it and the problem goes away. Now, this is what happened, but after the fix, people realized that you can input any number into the app and deposit those funds into your bank without actually even having that money. People were inputting 100, 200, 30,000, 1,000, whatever number you can think of, people were putting into the app and being able to take that money out.
Come on now, if you ain't hit the Cash App glitch yet, how you doing?
So naturally, people got onto this quick.
So wait, how did this? How did it work?
So what exactly is the Cash App? Where people get mad and then eventually they fix it and the problem goes away. Now this is what happened, but after the fix, people realized that you can input any number into the app and
Would you run a fade with David E. Monetier on some Aiden Ross boxing shit? Yeah, why not? Give me Alex Morton.
deposit those funds into your bank without actually even having that money. People were inputting 100, 200, 30,000, 1,000, whatever number you can think of, people were putting into the app and being able to take that money out.
Come on now, if you ain't hit the Cash App glitch yet, how you doing?
So naturally, people got onto this quick. Everybody started using the Cash App glitch. We were pulling out racks and racks and racks. And this glitch was so popular, they even made a song about it.
I mean, Michael Jordan, I just swiped and I just made another glitch. I just burned it for that.
So wait, how did it work? If you swipe the phone, if you swipe the app a bunch of times, it'll just let you put in any amount of money? How am I still confused about this?
Having issues where their customers were being charged twice. Now usually this is just a quick fix where people get mad and then eventually they fix it and the problem goes away. Now this is what happened, but after the fix, people realized that you can input any number into the app and deposit those funds into your bank without actually even having that money. People were inputting 100, 200 using the Cash App glitch. We were pulling out racks and racks and racks. And this glitch was so popular, Cash App system. But people didn't realize that after Cash App would catch onto this, any user who inputted any number into that account who didn't have the funds for that were automatically charged back and put into debt. There was absolutely no way that a multi-billion-dollar company was going to let something like this slide. It even says in the terms of service of Cash App that if you do this, that if you do not pay the money back, after a certain amount of days, they can withhold your funds and then start taking money from that to pay the debt back. And after another certain amount of days, if they don't have their money back, they can start pursuing legal action. So anybody who was caught doing this is not in good hands right now. So the question of, is it still going on? It probably is still going on. Some people are barely catching onto this glitch, but Cash App is now aware of it, and anybody who was caught doing this is not only going to be in serious debt, but if they do not get that money back, your funds will be frozen and they can pursue legal action. So should you do this? If you think the smart thing is try to defraud a multi-billion-dollar company, go ahead. But if you are just hearing about this and you think it's real, it is not real. There is a little scam tied into this.
I'm not lagging anymore, so if there's still lag, refresh it.
On my personal Facebook, I've seen people, hey, Cash App me $200, I can get you this Cash App glitch, I can get you in with the Cash App glitch, claiming that they can put any amount of money you want into the app once you send over money.
What's going on? Listen, man, the Cash App glitch real. It's real.
The Cash App glitch is over and you'll be in debt. Once you send over this person that money, they get the real money. You'll end up in debt and are in the running now to get sued by Cash App. So if you're just learning about this, do not do it. Stay away from it unless...
Another thing that would be impossible to remedy for Cash App, because you could just say it was an accident. You could say your finger slipped and you accidentally put an extra couple zeros, or that your phone screen was broken and you got water on your phone screen and it typed in a couple extra zeros. I think Theo Von is a good representation of how I'm feeling right now. He was recently on Joe Rogan, and I went to the exact timestamp, and he had some things to say which really resonated with me.
It ain't zero.
Yeah. But what also, it's like, it's all just a cat and mouse game. People are like, we'll elect the Democrats next time. It's like, but it's all the same shit has been happening forever. They haven't been helping anybody forever. They're letting fucking politicians slurp on kids. All of our fucking money goes to Israel, and they're using it to fucking genocide people. It's like everybody is scared out of their wits right now. It's like our religious leaders are afraid to speak out, and it's like it's a time where it's like Satan is amongst us, and our religious leaders are fucking talking about bullshit at the poll. It's just like, what is going? I don't know, man.
We got to get you off those antidepressants, son. You're losing your fucking marbles.
This was the most disappointing thing that I've ever seen from Joe Rogan. I remember they tried to cancel him like 6 years ago for saying the N-word. I don't care about that. I don't think anybody cares about that. Nobody cares about the N-word. He's a fucking comedian. Who cares? His black friends clearly didn't care when they were on the show. Why do you give a fuck? I guarantee you there's not one black person who actually gives a fuck about that. This is what pissed me off. The fact that Theo Von says something that is absolutely true, absolutely correct, absolutely justified in his frustration that I'm sure many people are feeling. And Joe Rogan's immediate response is, we got to get you off them antidepressants, son. You're losing your fucking marbles. Joe Rogan, come on, bro. Call him crazy.
You think I am?
Come hang out with us. Just chill out.
I'm here.
Come play with us, Billy. Or whatever from The Shining. Danny, not Billy.
Just chill out at the mothership tonight.
Yeah, just chill out at the mothership, bro. Take a load off. Have a cigarette. Have a drink.
To pee in a little while, but
you can pee.
I'm gonna pee in a minute, man.
We'll let you.
But no, people are just scared, dude. This is shit that I hear from people.
They won't let you pee until you give them your guns.
Really?
That's how they're doing it now.
But what if you have to wash the blackface off the president? Can you fucking use a little bit of piss to do
Canada
that?
had this big...
Yeah, dude.
See how sneakily Joe just shifts to a new topic? Yeah, Canada, they're taking away the guns, man. Look at these comments. This is where Theo overtook Joe as the voice of the voiceless. I never like comments on YouTube, but let me thumbs that one up. I think this is the wildest, most dystopian set of viewpoints Joe Rogan has ever argued for. We got your back, Theo. 2013 Joe would spit in this Joe's face. Joe shutting down and mocking Theo for making very valid points should be the title. If Theo is losing his marbles, that means almost 7 billion of us are losing our marbles. Jamie, pull up a picture of Joe Rogan before he sold out. Yeah. Don't acknowledge the truth, Theo. Come enjoy the distractions with us. Exactly. Remember when Joe had a spine? I love it. And this is on, by the way, there's been many videos, like commentary videos about this Joe Rogan podcast experience. I'm showing you the comments from the actual official Joe Rogan uploaded episode from 2 days ago. Because I agree. Joe changed the subject so quickly when he heard Israel. Yeah, Canada, the guns. Bumbaklat Hamad Youssef.
I'm not a loser. Money. Obama.
Billions and billions.
Thank you, brother. Theo isn't losing his mind. Joe is losing his spine. Bars.
They had this big gun thing, this law they passed where they made a bunch of guns illegal, and they found that only, I think it's
They are eating children. No one gives a fuck about what you're talking about, Joe Rogan.
It's a very small percentage of people. I think it's somewhere in the neighborhood. Find out what percentage of people have complied.
They
but
don't
I
have
think,
any guns.
Oh, they do. Yeah, they do. They did. They used to. Well, a lot of hunters up there for sure. But there's a lot of recreational guns and handguns and self-defense weapons that people had that they recently made during Castro's kid when he was around the country, when they recently made this ban.
I got to meet Castro one time.
So
Did I tell you
here it
that?
is. No, I want to hear that. But one second.
What up, Plain Decoded? Nah. We just on some real spill. Also, a channel I never expected to be posting based nonpartisan true takes is TMZ. I've always looked at TMZ as sort of like a tabloid, sort of like a scummy type, part of our society. But Harvey Levin from TMZ, who is Jewish, actually dropping some very true bars here.
So it didn't take long for people to send us photographs of various members of Congress who are kind of living it up in some cases. We have Lindsey Graham, senator from South Carolina, at Disney World. He is both in Fantasyland. Some say all of Congress is in Fantasyland, but he is there literally at Disney World. Also in a brunch line, his staff tells us, actually he told us directly, that he was in Florida for a conference with Steve Witkoff and other Trump officials, but that was in South Florida. He then flew to Orlando and then spent Friday night there walking around the park and then having brunch on Saturday morning. We got Robert Garcia in Vegas, and he was saddled up at the bar with a friend. He tells us he was there in Vegas to visit his dad. He also said he understands why we're doing this and that they all shouldn't have left Washington, D.C. So he kind of owned up to it. But we've got everybody. I mean, we got Republicans and Democrats, Bernie Sanders and Ted Cruz. We got Marsha Blackburn at the airport kind of hiding herself from the camera. And we got other congressmen and senators as well. And we are soliciting more. Now is the time that some of them probably had scheduled vacations. So maybe they're on a cruise somewhere or in Hawaii or some other great place. We want those pictures. And the point of this is to show how fed up the American people are, because we are. And it's so insulting that they are, the Republicans blame the Democrats. Lindsey Graham was quick to say it's the Democrats' fault. No, it's both your faults, because
Thank you.
Two sides have to come together to compromise. They are unable to do it. And yeah, one can blame the other, but the bottom line is you've got to figure out how to do it in order to run government. And they haven't done it. And not only have they not done it, they just threw up their hands and said, we're leaving. I mean, we have a vacation schedule, spring break. And that's what they did. And notice
Hey guys,
that we're
welcome
not
back.
saying Democrat so-and-so or Republican so-and-so, because we don't think it matters. It's all of Congress. And it's not that one side is more to blame than the other. You can say it is, but both of them should have figured out how to compromise here.
It's all of them. Remember when Trump was running for president the first time and was beefing with Marco Rubio on stage? Little Marco. Remember when he was doing that? Where is it? Where's the little Marco? Now they're best buds. Remember a moment. Remember the 5th of November, the gunpowder treason and plot. Remember when Kamala debate against Joe. Remember when Kamala was running and she was debating against Joe Biden and she was basically implying that he was a racist? Remember? Fast forward to, we did it, Joe. All these people are fucking actors, bro. These people are actors. You realize it when you see Ghislaine Maxwell is at Hillary Clinton's daughter's wedding, when Bill Clinton is just as much boys with Jeffrey Epstein as Trump is.
We've also heard, and I'm going to now direct this at Vice President Biden, I do not believe you are a racist. And I agree with you when you commit yourself to the importance of finding common ground. But I also believe, and it's personal, and I was actually it was hurtful.
Watch. She says, I believe you're not a racist, and then basically goes on to imply he's a racist, in my opinion.
To hear you talk about the reputations of two United States senators who built their reputations and career on the segregation of race in this country. And it was not only that, but you also worked with them to oppose busing. And, there was a little girl in California who was part of the second class to integrate her public schools. And she was bused to school every day. And that little girl was me.
Crazy how Biden looks, even though that was only a couple of years ago, he looks so much more awake and alert than he did even a couple years later. But it's like, you know, all these people are part of the same club and you're not in it. They all went to each other's weddings. Don't let this, you know, the true psyop is believing that there's a good side and a bad side. They're all the bad side. They're all on the bad side. Okay?
So we're not showing party affiliation. We're just putting pictures up. So we want these pictures also, if you happen to be watching and you're a member of the media, you should know that the picture...
This is why it frustrates me when I review a Nick Shirley video, or I react to a Nick Shirley video and say, yeah, I think he got this right. People in my comments be like, but Nick Shirley loves Trump. You are in the Matrix, my friend. You are a worm. You're eating it. You're eating the slop.
we put up, you're free to post. It's not that we want to own this, we just want to spread it. And there has to be some kind of a movement because they are insulting our intelligence by thinking, oh, we can get over on them by blaming it on the other party. It's not
very true, Hamad Youssef. Yes, thank you. Thank you, my friend.
the other party, it's both parties. And we are kind of sick of the way they are patronizing us, and that's why we're doing this. Something has to change. And, you know, we have talked about what we call the outer movement, OWTA, out with their asses, voting everybody out, even the ones you like, to reset things and make it clear to the next group. Here is our expectation, that you will keep the government open, that federal workers will get paid. And if you don't do that, we're going to throw you out like we threw your predecessors out. So that seems to be the only, maybe last resort of regaining some power. But sitting back and watching this, and also I got to say, you know, Congress has been bellyaching, and I think frankly properly so, that Trump has been usurping power by using executive orders. And by the way, that's been going on with other presidents too. Well, it took an executive order just to get TSA agents paid because Congress wouldn't do it. And still, Coast Guard, FEMA, other federal workers, thousands of them, tomorrow is April 1st. They are facing a real dilemma. How do you pay rent when you haven't been paid in more than a month? How do you make a car payment? How do you buy food?
I'll tell you how. Set up a fucking hospice care provider. Fill out some paperwork and finesse the taxpayer.
You know, we've talked with TSA agents.
Think about it. It's actually probably a sizable double-digit percentage of the amount of taxes that you pay in a year that are just purely going to, number one, Israel, and number two, fraud, which is a broad umbrella because it factors in many things. But let's just take healthcare fraud. Then we can go on to the military and the amount of waste that's spent on the military, and it's just now you know why there's still potholes on the road, but you know, a brand new fucking basically alien spaceship level of technology that the military has, flying some drone to blow up a guy who's made $5 in his whole life in the Middle East.
Right, 5,111 just dropped a bag, 27 Canadian dollars and 90 cents.
You are a legend. Thank you, my king.
Almost missed the stream grimace side tangent. Thoughts about Alberta wanting to separate from Canada?
God did.
Bamba pussy
M47 DIDDDDDD. 69 Canadian dollars and 74 cents for your grocery subscription service of choice.
M-Dub, you are a legend. Thank you so much, both of y'all. Okay, one at a time. Now settle down. Let's see. What do I think about Alberta's separation? So for those of you who don't know, Alberta has a growing movement. Alberta is the province I live in. It has a growing movement of people who believe that Alberta should basically emancipate itself from Canada and become its own country, its own sovereign state. I watched the CBC thing about it with that same Asian guy that we watched earlier, who was reviewing the Melania thing, explaining the Melania Brett Ratner Trump connection. Basically, what he explained in the video is that it's next to impossible for this to happen. It's next to impossible for this to happen. We can watch that if you want. It was actually a really interesting video. I think this one. Alberta separation, CBC. Just a second, guys. Okay, this one. While Alberta's separation from Canada is almost impossible, so we can check this out in a second. But yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I'm from Alberta. I live here. but I know very little about it still. I don't really know what the merits are. I think I understand where where it stems from. It's the frustration that I also fear that Alberta is one of the, like, you know, the hardworking states. It's like the hardworking province with the labor. We are the exporter of oil. We produce and export the oil from Alberta. A lot of the farming happens in Alberta. The beef that is shipped out from Alberta. So, you know, we're a pillar of the economy here in Canada. And I think the frustration is that the rest of the country is sort of sucking at the teat of Alberta for nothing. And that the money that Albertans are generating and paying in taxes and the like are going to things like I discussed before, things that are actually destroying our country, like bringing in millions of immigrants from countries like India, which I'm done even arguing it at this point, why that's bad. But yeah, I think that's the basis of the contention, if I understand, based on the little research I've done on it. But yeah, I don't know. I think the problem is larger than that. I think it's an easy thing. It's sort of like the incel black pill men going their own way movement, where it's like you're frustrated with the dating market, so you just like shut off. I don't think that's the right move. You know, you still have to dismantle the things that have caused it to be that way. You know, I know there's an appeal to just creating your own little insular bubble as opposed to trying to change the system. And maybe that's valid, but in the case of an entire province, like separating, I don't know. I just feel like it would be very difficult. And we're probably better off like doing some sort of dramatic protest or, you know, refusal to do business with, I don't know, vote with your wallet type shit. I don't know exactly what the solution is, to be honest, but I'm curious to know y'all's thoughts. So we can watch that video and get some more input and some more information. MDub, thank you. The subscription, grocery subscription of your choice. Thank you. Well, we got to pay off the lawyers and beat the lawsuits before we can get to that. But thank you so much. I do appreciate it. Thank you also, right 51111. Y'all be carrying the cult. By asking the CBC, you're essentially asking the country that Alberta wants to separate from whether or not that would be good for Alberta. Fair point. Okay, so let me do this. Tell me who is a big voice in the Alberta separation movement that would be good for me to hear from in order to get a more well-rounded opinion. Here, I'm going to pull up some videos and maybe I can learn in real time. Holy shit, Jean Chrétien is still alive? "92 fucking years old, Jesus Christ." Okay, so first let's finish this video here.
Food lines as Lindsey Graham is standing in a buffet line. And by the way, the buffet line is a lot shorter than the TSA line.
Here's an argument: only accept female H-1B visa applicants. Yes, that. Yes, I like that. Because women are not going to come here and get our men pregnant. They're also very unlikely to come over here pregnant alone. That's true. That's true.
At various airports around the country. So, enough.
They're also not going to be the ones committing rape and murder and theft like the male immigrants are from Somalia and India and wherever else.
And that's why we're doing it. But again, media, you're free to use these pictures. And if you are watching this and you see a senator out and about somewhere, especially somewhere on vacation, send them to us. Send it to the TMZ tip line, and we will put it up on all our platforms.
Okay.
Imagine that you're a police officer making 100 to 110,000 a year. You're married to a nurse that's making between 100 to 150,000 a year, and all of a sudden you don't have to pay federal income tax. Well, that average working couple is going to see their take-home pay increase by 50%, or not 50%, $50,000. Think about that, $50,000 in their bank account that they can spend however they want, take care of their kids better, pay down their mortgage, take care of their mom and dad better, whatever it is.
Okay.
This is probably the most expensive, not expensive, expensive too, but the most important campaign Alberta will have ever faced. This is existential. Somebody once told me that a big game hunter doesn't get distracted by rabbit tracks. I don't watch them. I'm focused on this campaign. We just have to win this referendum, and we have to win it in a very decisive way.
The worst case scenario, Thomas, is that Alberta would separate and either become a 51st state of the U.S. or it would become an independent country. And it's hard to believe that Canada could stay together with a big hole in it. And so really this is not just about Alberta and its future. It really is about the future of the country, is it not?
But of course, and it would be a hole on the map. But Mark, I would propose to you that being Canadian is not where I live, it's who I am. So the hole would be in us individually and in every Canadian's heart, because Canada is as it is right now. And now to tell 5 million Canadians that happen to live in Alberta that they're not Canadian anymore, don't assume that Canada will let us keep our Canadian citizenship. It's something that I cannot even imagine. This is probably the most expensive.
Okay.
Potentially two referenda coming up this year. Or at least there could be one in Alberta, and there could be at least an election provincially in Quebec. Tell me about how that preoccupies you and what you think you can do about it.
Well, I think
because it certainly has an effect on investors. Certainly, it has an effect on investor stability. I was out in Calgary a few weeks ago, and that was something that I heard from people.
It can have an effect, and these sort of structural, well, yes, is a short answer. What do we do about it? We do our job. I mean, I think the first thing is we do our job.
Saying nothing.
Our strategy with Alberta has been to go right to the heart of the issue, which is the pipeline. But what else comes with the pipeline? Pathways, a carbon market that works in Alberta because of structural issues, nuclear power, which we're also looking to build out. So having everything on the table, rolling up your sleeves, working on it, that's the way to address it. Showing that the federation works. And it has the benefit of, it has a huge immediate payoff if we get it right, and we're making good progress with.
I think this is a good explanation. Treating Alberta like a piggy bank. That's true, in my opinion. In yesterday's House of Commons exchange, Mark Carney, who's our prime minister, actually stated affordability is the best it's been in over a decade. Hilarious. Since 2015, housing prices are up nearly 60 to 70%. There's a massive increase in mortgage carrying costs, and food prices have risen 25 to 30%. Also, the amount of bankruptcies has gone up exponentially as well. Canadians have experienced long-term deterioration, but because of a recent blip in inflation falling, plus wages rising, Carney tells us that life is better and we are required to believe that. I'm going to go back to something that I said recently on a stream. I believe it was 2 streams ago. And once again, I'm going to preface that I'm not calling for any violence, and I condemn violence. But don't be surprised when people just start killing the elite and the politicians and the whatever, a la Luigi Mangione. Say what you will about Luigi Mangione. The healthcare CEO is certainly ducked for cover after that happened. Historically, things always have to get to their absolute worst before we realize, oh, you know what? Let's actually not do that anymore. The nuclear bombs had to be dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki before we decided, you know what? Let's actually not ever do this again. Even though motherfuckers knew before they dropped it what it was going to do. It's just unfortunate. It just always seems that it has to, it always has to be the worst outcome before anybody realizes, like, oh, that went too far. Mark Carney isn't even Canadian. He's not identified with the host of people that live in Canada. He's a central banker. That is true as well. I'd never even heard of fucking Mark Carney before he became the prime minister. I thought Pierre Poilievre was going to become the prime minister, but even that didn't give me much hope when I saw the clip of him speaking at that pro-Israel Jewish meeting where he's talking about how he's a simple goy from the prairies. This is what I mean. It's everybody. It's all of them.
The chill of a central Alberta night in January couldn't keep hundreds from...
The fact that I see mostly white people in these videos of these crowds, in my heart, I support it off just that alone, because I do think the racial, ethnic representation of a country is important and central to its identity as a country. If you saw a line, if you go to Japan for holiday, you would want not just to see the architecture of Japan and the food of Japan, you would want to hear the language being spoken around you by Japanese people who look Japanese, who are Japanese by blood, whose grandparents, it's part of the whole process, the whole package of what makes it endearing to even want to travel to begin with. That you're going to a restaurant that was owned by somebody's father and owned by their father before them, and there's history. That's cultural enrichment. That's true tourism, true learning, true worldly knowledge and experience. If you go to every country and everybody's Indian, which is why in Japan they were having protests, because their population is falling so much. We could actually watch a good video about this. Their population was doing so poorly. Japan protest Indians, that their prime minister, I think, was talking about bringing in over like 2 million Indians. And the way the Japanese people took to the streets was so commendable. I'm like, we should have did that here.
From lining up in Red Deer for a chance to support an independent Alberta.
It's been an abusive relationship for so long, really. I think most of us just want out.
Everybody's fed up. We're done with it. We've got to do something.
At the end of the line that snaked around the block, a chance to sign a petition calling for a referendum that would ask, do you agree that the province of Alberta should cease to be a part of Canada to become an independent state?
I get it. If they're not going to listen to the country that's literally the steam engine of the economy, the province that's the steam engine of the national economy, then fuck them. I get it.
Actually honored to be here and see the huge turnout of everybody, and it makes us all proud to be.
Yeah, Bam says, but sports and reality shows, life is good. Yeah, bread and circus, guys.
Albertan.
The wait here to
Netflix and sports ball, yeah.
sign this petition is more than an hour.
If you were not born in Canada before 2020, I would say you're not a Canadian no matter what. I agree. Unless you're descendant from people that were born before 2020. I was born here in 1996.
Long, and this is just one of 3 signing events.
Allow immigrants with skills and or students to go home if they ain't got no job. I would say if they have essential jobs, like how come every Uber Eats driver is Indian? They're not actually an important part of our economy. They can go back. I had an Uber driver a couple of months ago in the summer who was a fucking, he came here on a student visa and had been here for like 6 years. Told me that he wanted to work in the movies as an editor and work with Steven Spielberg, and was an Uber driver, and said that he was an Uber driver from like 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. every day. That doesn't leave much time for editing movies. So he's literally not even getting a better life here. Let him go back. He's not doing anything. He's not having a good time. He's filling up a role that is a non-essential entry-level role that could be taken by a young Canadian person. And then you have companies like Tim Hortons that are out here. I just watched one video about how like Tim Hortons wrote some, I don't want to misquote it, but it was like Canadian corporations are writing requests to government to increase the level of temporary foreign workers that they're allowed to have because they're so struggling so hard to find workers. You're not struggling to find workers. You just want to get foreign workers so you don't have to pay them as much and you don't have to go through the hassle of playing fair.
Being held across Alberta on this particular night. Organizers have to collect just under 178,000 signatures. The turnout here fueling optimism that could.
Thoughts on Pierre Poilievre? I liked him until I saw that video where he's talking about how he's a simple goy from the prairies and he talks about supporting Israel.
Be done.
I know for sure we're ahead because I've got a little rough tally in my head from the events that I do. How many signatures we're getting.
Organizers say events like this one have drawn between 1,700 and 4,000 people each night. But province-wide, 2 recent polls have tracked slightly different results. A survey by Polaris Strategic Insights found 19% of 1,000 Albertans surveyed would vote for separation, while Research Co. found 31% of 703 Albertans surveyed at least support the idea of Alberta going its own way.
And what we've seen since we last asked back in 2023 is a significant rise across the board. Support for independence is up 5 points in Edmonton, it's up 5 points in Calgary, and Manitoba, 11 points in the rest of Alberta.
Several First Nations groups have launched legal action in a bid to stop the petition from moving forward. One application will be heard in an Edmonton court on Friday, while almost 30 additional signing events are scheduled to take place across the province through the end of the month.
That was one of the things that I heard, which was a explanation from the CBC about why why it would never work, is because the First Nations people who are part of Canada, like Alberta, contains some of those treaties that were agreed upon on a constitutional level. And so how could you separate Alberta without disrupting those treaty agreements and whatever? It's all very complex. I'm not trying to get into the legal, political aspect of it. I'm trying to find this one video of this guy pooping in some neighborhood in I think it was in Toronto. I mean, clearly there's a lot of them, so why even bother?
Things are heating up in Japan, guys. Crowds are hitting the streets, protesting against incoming Indian immigrants. This all started after Japan and India officially signed a deal to bring in tens of thousands of workers over the next 5 years. Protesters say they're afraid Japanese culture will fade away and job competition will get even tougher.
Good. No, obviously, I'm saying good at them protesting it, not good for getting rid of their culture. It's true. It will get rid of their culture. And again, not that I even have to clarify this, but I'm not a racist. I love Indian culture. I love Indian food. I love all my Indian friends that I grew up with. One of my lawyers is Indian. It's not about that. Orange juice is delicious. Chocolate milk is delicious. But when you mix them together, you get something that is now neither chocolate milk nor orange juice, and it's disgusting.
So our hunt for members of Congress.
Whoops.
Well, welcome back.
This is a follow-up showing the actual pictures of what Harvey Levin was talking about.
We are on day 46 of the partial government shutdown, which has left, of course, thousands of people who work for the Department of Homeland Security without a paycheck.
Yeah, people are fired up about
These bitches is bad. Who is this? Yo.
this, which is
They know what they're doing with these news shows.
why TMZ is giving people a way to call out lawmakers. Let's welcome in TMZ executive producer Harvey Levin. Harvey, thank you for being here this morning. You're certainly doing the Lord's work.
He's like, well, which Lord are you talking about? Because actually I'm Jewish. He's like, I hope you're not talking about Jesus Christ, because we actually believe he's boiling in human feces in hell.
I don't know about the Lord's work, but just as
I like how so funny. He actually did say, I don't know about the Lord's work. Read into that, if you will.
Americans, we're kind of fed up, and we've been talking about this for months at TMZ. That there is a point to voting people in Congress, which is to run our government, and they are running our government into the ground by not doing anything, by not compromising, by not keeping the government open.
I'm not going to say, let me just say this. When the revolution happens, I will not be out there with the ski mask on doing my part. I will be at home, tucked away in the basement, obliging, following the law, and staying put and not being a rabble-rouser, okay? That's my official, on the record, live streamed out to the internet digital footprint answer.
And I got to tell you, this just all came spontaneously. Last week, we interviewed this TSA worker who is just circling the drain. She can't pay her rent. She's losing her car. She's having medical problems because of it. And we just, like in the middle of the interview, said, these guys are going on vacation. Send us pictures so we could juxtapose the pictures of them on spring.
I'm in Disneyland. Lindsey Graham. I'm with Lindsey Graham in Disneyland.
Break against TSA workers in food lines,
right?
And people started sending pictures in.
It's such a contrast, right? Like the realities are just so twisted. Okay, so how many pictures have you gotten?
A bunch. People are sending. Not only are people sending pictures in, but the one you just showed a second ago. This is. There are probably 5 members of Congress in Edinburgh, Scotland, and they were at the Edinburgh Castle, where they were taking a tour. And the people who took the pictures work on Capitol Hill, so even they are fed up. I know. That's the picture.
Ooh. Yeah. I mean, okay, so you have all these pictures of lawmakers. I mean, sometimes you see them like standing off to the side.
Rob V 2026 donated 10 Canadian dollars. I don't trust any media man with the last name Levin.
You're an anti-Semite. Thank you. Appreciate you.
It's not a full shot. I mean, Ted Cruz is a
well, what he's saying here is true.
Different example, but sometimes they're a little bit blurry. Do you have a team over there who's authenticating some of these images?
Oh, we're not just authenticating. We're calling the Congress people.
Hey, what's the, What's the
And we're getting
response?
answers. I mean, you saw Lindsey Graham with a bubble wand at Fantasyland in Disney World,
Yes.
which, I mean, I can't even believe I'm saying that sentence. But that happened over the weekend. And initially what Lindsey Graham told us was, I was in South Florida for a meeting with Steve Witkoff and some other people, and then I stopped by Orlando to meet some people. Well, he didn't just stop by. He was there the whole weekend.
Yeesh. They don't even try.
Because the picture you see there with him, that's the bubble wand in Fantasyland. He was in line another day at Space Mountain, and then he was at Chef Mickey's on Sunday eating brunch. So he was there the whole weekend. And his response to it, after we put all these pictures up, was, here he is holding this bubble wand in Fantasyland. He put a picture up on his social media account showing him firing a shotgun at clay pigeons. Wow. I'm not sure what the messaging there was, but I guess he wanted to show I'm not just about bubble wands. But yeah, we're contacting all the.
You get it. Plain Decoded says, Marco, it's not just that they are hiring foreign workers and cutting their wages. They're also getting paid by our own tax dollars to work there. They're getting subsidies. Yes, that's true. I mean, it's fucked. Hold on. Let me see if I can rack my brain real quick. I want to see if I can find this video that I alluded to. I believe it was from Rebel News, which, funny enough about Rebel News, their CEO, Ezra Levant, is also Jewish. But let's see if I believe it was Rebel News. Let me see if I go to my history and I search Rebel News, if I can find the video where they're talking about the letter from Tim Hortons. Yep, found it. Yes! I'm the best. I'm literally the best. So, okay, let's check this out. So here's one.
Told the government they can't find workers, but Canadian kids can't find jobs. So instead of hiring them, Tim Hortons asked Ottawa for permission to replace them, and we have the document to prove it.
And you can't just scrap them and come out and fire off media sound bites that will rally up anti-immigrant sentiments. We need immigration whether we like it or not in this country, but I think we can have a reasonable conversation about it.
Go out and buy a Tim Hortons Holiday Smile cookie.
This right here is a lobbying letter sent May 27th, 2024 to Immigration Minister Mark Miller, and right in it, Tim Hortons admits the quiet part out loud. Look at this. Without international workers and international students, my business would struggle immensely.
Lie.
It's time for a Tim's boycott. Sign at timsboycott.com. Okay, so if your marginal store can't survive without a slave underclass undermining the whole economy, driving down wages, and placing a burden on social systems and housing, then go under.
Said so well. Absolutely said so concise. The real, I don't remember what the quote was. I'm going to butcher it, and I don't remember where I heard it. But the quote is something to the effect of, the true test of a good speaker is being able to convey your point in as few words as possible. And that was a great example of that. Let's listen to it again.
So if your marginal store can't survive without a slave underclass...
If your store can't survive without a slave underclass, undermining the whole economy, driving down wages, and placing a burden on social systems and housing, then go under. Die then.
That happens to businesses that can't cut it. But Tim Hortons, instead, lobbied the federal government for more foreign workers and fewer Canadians. Look at this from the same document. Change the current 20% cap on TFWs, that's temporary foreign workers, back to 30%. So nearly 1 in 3 workers, they want not Canadian. That's what Tim's asked the government for in this.
It's already more than that. I'm going to actually do a video. Let me think what day I could film this. I'm going to go around. I mean, that would be a big undertaking to go to every Tim Hortons in Edmonton. Okay, let me just Google it. How many Tim Hortons in Edmonton? 110. Okay, so that's too many to go to. I could go to a random selection of Tim Hortons. Okay, I could go to 2 on the south side, 2 on the east, 2 on the west, 2 on the north, and just go in and document how many people were white. Which, of course, people would critique this and say, oh, well, you don't know how many of them were Canadian. You're not white and you're Canadian. Okay. So it actually might be more difficult to pierce this veil than I thought. But I'll just say anecdotally, You can't go to a Tim Hortons, at least in Edmonton, without it being, it's either an Indian Tim Hortons or it's a Filipino Tim Hortons, and really there's no in between.
Letter. And Tim Hortons wants to make it permanent. They say they want the government to introduce a dedicated food service stream with a pathway to permanent residency. That's PR. So Tim's is not just filling a gap here. It's getting cheap labor and then offering a kickback in return to the government. A permanent pipeline of future liberal voters. And Tim Hortons wants to lock it in forever. Look at this. The chronic restaurant labor shortage is not temporary, but rather permanent. So instead of fixing wages or conditions or asking for a lower tax burden for all from the government, Tim Hortons wants a permanent replacement workforce.
See? They don't even care. They don't even care that they're asking to contribute to the absolute destruction of the society around them. Do you think when the entire country has been replaced with Indians that your Tim Hortons business selling donuts and fucking coffee is going to do well? Do you think they eat donuts and coffee in India? That's why you see these fast food companies introducing more Indian-esque things. Like last winter, I think it was in January, when I flew from Edmonton to Vancouver, as soon as I landed, I saw a big A&W ad for the A&W Tikka Masala Burger. You can't make this shit up. Even Subway did this. The A&W Tikka Masala... The A&W Masala Veggie Burger is a permanent popular menu item in Canada, except Quebec, the one province that separated, so perhaps we should separate, featuring a crispy paneer and veggie patty made with Nanak Foods, topped with spicy piri-piri sauce, lettuce, tomato, and onion on a toasted bun. A&W, the Americana fast food place, which is about fried chicken and root beer and hot dogs and burgers, has a paneer masala burger. Well, what's wrong with that, Marco? There's a lot of Indians in Canada. Why wouldn't it make sense to appeal to their taste buds? You're a worm! I miss my Filipinos too, man. Yeah, of course you take a Filipino Tim Hortons any day. Government allowing it to keep immigrants working, air quotes. Yeah. Who knew the most Canadian business ever would apparently also sink the country? Yep. It's sad, man. I remember when even though it's a distant memory, I still remember when they made the stuff fresh in Tim Hortons. I still remember when you went to Tim Hortons after a hockey game. You know, I played hockey as a kid for 10 years. You go there after a hockey game or early in the morning before practice. You get a hot chocolate and some Timbits, and they made it fresh. And it was some sweet old granny, white lady that was working there giving you... It felt like going, you know... It was like a homey vibe. You know, it felt like home. That was Canada. Tim Hortons was Canada. And it's the best example of what Canada was, and it's the best example of what Canada is now. Indians can't do their language in Quebec, so they ain't there. Very true. Tim Hortons should watch the Indian street food videos. Lamau. Montreal was so refreshing to be in versus Toronto. Yep. Billboard ads in, I assume, Punjabi here in central Missouri. To me, the most egregious example in my own personal life, this is anecdotal, was when I flew from Edmonton to Vancouver, which is a 1 hour flight. The provinces are next to each other. And the pre-flight announcements were done in English, French, and Hindi, which, why? This is Canada. I'm on a domestic Air Canada flight within Canada going from one province to another province, and our languages are English and French. Why would Indian, Punjabi, whatever the language is, why would that be a language? I would never insist that Japan change one of their local languages to accommodate foreigners. I would think to myself, like the last 2 years when I lived in Thailand for most of the time, I never thought, oh, well, they should have had this in English. Oh, does anyone here speak English? I recognized that I was a foreigner and I was on my best behavior to make trying to make an effort to accommodate them. God forbid you have to pull out Google Translate on your phone in the year 2026 where you have every piece of knowledge that's ever been recorded in your pocket and ask something into Google Translate. Here in Canada, you can just move to Mill Woods in Edmonton on the east side, like where I filmed my Indian psychic video. All those dudes lived within a 10-minute radius of each other. You can go to Mill Woods, and there are completely insular communities of Indian, like a whole strip mall where it's the signs are all in Indian, all in whatever the language is, Hindi, Punjabi, whatever. And everyone, like, you'll find people who don't even speak a word of English living here permanently. They have their own insular communities where you don't even have to acclimate whatsoever. This is a scam, you know? This is such a massive scam. Going down the rabbit hole of MLM led me to learning more about how all the politicians of both sides are in it. Led me to learning how it's not just MLM that both sides of the political left and right are in on. It's everything. It's healthcare. It's the immigration. It's foreign worker visas. It's driving down wages, creating job shortages, putting strain on the housing market so the rents get jacked up. There's not enough houses, so the demand is out. The demand is insane. And a young person who's trying to move out and, you know, spread their wings for the first time, some 20-year-old who wants to move out on their own from their parents' house, can't compete with 8 Indians who are willing to live in a basement suite in Brampton. You just can't compete. Remember the old breakfast biscuits before they went to shit? Yep. The fresh muffins? Yep. As an American, I looked forward to Timmy's when I visited my cousins. Yeah. Yeah. All the Commonwealth countries, America, Canada, UK, Australia, we're all going to hell. Edmonton is mostly Punjabi, and they're very confused people, says Plain Decoded.
So our hunt for members of Congress vacationing as federal workers suffer has gone international. So we now have pictures of a congressional delegation in Scotland, in Edinburgh, Scotland, at the Edinburgh Castle. One congressman seemed upset enough that we singled him and a couple others out that we could identify, that person told us that it wasn't just us, it was 30 people from Congress. We were on a congressional delegation in Scotland, and the picture we got was them touring a castle. Well, guess who's paying for that? You. You're paying for that trip with 30 members of Congress who didn't do...
Oh no, Bam, this boils my blood. Bam in the chat says, what made me sick was taking my grandma to emergency, having it flooded with people, waiting forever, seeing people getting their fam triaged with no Canadian ID, asking, it's free, right? He didn't imply any sort of ethnicity, but I'm using a hunch to put the little Indian twang on it. Go move to India and try and get away with half of the shit that they get away with here. Go to a Muslim country where it's mandated by law that women have to wear a hijab, and go there with your hair out and your short shorts on and see if they'll be as accommodating to you as they demand that you are to them when they come to your country. And then you get your fellow white people who have been brainwashed calling you racist because you won't lay down your life and your history and your culture to an invading species. What's the saying? Immigration without assimilation is invasion. It's treasonous, in my opinion. It's treasonous for the government to bring in 1 million people from India. 1 million. I went over earlier on this stream what our population looks like. Canada's population is 41 million, according to that most recent search I did. 41 million. If you bring in 1 million, that is a sizable amount. Never mind the millions that we've already brought in. If you tried to have a Canadian insular community in India, they'd never accept it. Exactly. This is why, I think I did a stream on this, but I can't remember. When I did the stream about it was like a whites only enclave. Yeah, this thing, the return to the land. Do you remember this from last year when it was like a bunch of these folks who did a whites only town? I supported this. I support this. I think they should be able to have a whites only community. Guess what? They're not over there shooting each other. They're not robbing each other. There's no liquor store. There's no gun store. They're out there farming and living in their own community, and that's their values. If they want to marry, if they want their Anglo-Saxon genes passed down in their own community where I'm white and my wife is white and our kids are white, what's wrong with that? Everybody else is allowed to do it. You wouldn't get in trouble if you said you wanted to have a black community or if you wanted to have an insular Indian community. That's what Israel is. One massive, Jews above all enclave. So why couldn't white people do it? Again, double standard, rules for thee and not for me. When the true global minority, what percentage of Earth population is white? 10 to 16% of the world's population is estimated to be white, meaning 1 billion out of 8 billion people. I think this is a high projection. I think it's actually lower than that. But let's even take this. Let's even take the 16%. Even 16%, we're still talking about a minority. When the true minority wants to preserve their culture, when someone wants to preserve a certain species of bird or leopard or rhinoceros that's going extinct, yeah, that's a noble thing. But when you want to preserve a species of human beings, no, you can't do that. No, it's not okay. It's not okay. Marco, I'll give you your white card. I don't think I even need it. I was born and raised in Alberta. I grew up riding horses in Saskatchewan in the summer with my stepmom's side of the family, who are all white, who owned farms, and I played hockey for 10 years. And I went to Catholic school with mostly white kids. I think I've earned my white card, if anybody has. I'll tell you, if I walked into an establishment here in Edmonton and it was all Lebanese people inside versus all white people inside, I would feel more at home with all the white people, probably. Not that I wouldn't feel at home with the Lebanese people. I would, but I don't even speak Arabic. I've been looked at like an alien more times by Lebanese people in my life because I don't speak Arabic than I have by white people because I looked how I look. I've experienced way more shame from the Lebanese people in my life for not speaking Arabic than I have from white people for not being white. I speak English probably better than anyone I know. It's funny, I was joking in the car today with my relative after we were at Costco. We stopped at this Lebanese grocery store to get, it's called Toum. It's like this, it's a garlic paste, basically. It's like a garlic dip. It's really nice, really delicious. And we bought some because it goes really good with like chicken, for example. If you dip chicken in Toum, it's delicious. Wrap it up in some pita bread, put some pickles. Ugh, amazing. You make your own little chicken shawarma at home. So I went in there and I was saying to my relative, I was like, I was having the identity crisis in the store because the Lebanese guy that was working behind the counter, he looked at me and obviously looking how I look, he went, Salamu alaikum. And I said to him, salam, like that, salam. And then the guy behind me who walked into the store was a white guy. And I was waiting for the cashier to come to the thing because there was nobody there. He was in the back making another customer a smoothie or something. And so I just turned around and looked at the white guy that was behind me. And he's like, he said like, oh, they must be working part-time, eh? And I was like, guess so. He's like, I wish I had that kind of money. Just work part-time. I was like, tell me about it, bud. From being like, Salaam alaikum, to being like, hey, listen, when you're done that, you're going to come do mine next? So I get it. I think I have my white badge for sure. And it's interesting. I feel like, I don't know. Yeah, but bam, that's a great little story there about taking your grandma to emergency. And, there's a strain on the resources and the available level of service or just the availability period because you have a bunch of immigrants with no ID, no Canadian ID saying it's free, right? Fuck you. Fuck you. Go back to your country. I'm not ashamed to say it. You would say that, again, anytime I talk about people in Canada, I just want you to, before you clutch your pearls and get offended, I want you to imagine that I'm talking about white people going to Japan and putting the same level of disrespect and strain and demand on that society. You would have not a second's hesitation about saying, fuck those evil white people. They should go home. Those white colonizers. You would have no problem saying that if white people went to any other country and did that. But no, when the true global minority is being snuffed out, one immigrant batch at a time, it's racist to say anything like it. And you know what? I think I am the perfect person to sort of spearhead this public outrage, this public outcry, because I'm not a white person. I will be the token brown for all of my fellow whites who are frustrated by this, because I feel like, and I think most white people would agree with me, there is a big difference between the immigrants of 30 years ago, 20 years ago, and the immigrants of today. And this is why I take such personal offense to it. I watched my dad have to rid himself of an accent. All of my Lebanese older relatives had to come here and work and grind and do whatever it took. Open up a burger baron, work a menial job, work at an auto body shop, car detailing, open a shisha lounge, something that they could do just, with their sweat equity, just with their labor, because their credentials from school or whatever didn't come over. Maybe they were an engineer or a doctor back home, but it wasn't recognized when they came to this country. And they had to learn and really sacrifice to give their kids a better life. Now you can just come over, free benefits, scam the system, set up a fake hospice, whatever. Live in an insular community, never actually assimilate, never adapt. You brought your family over, you're going to marry some Indian or Pakistani or whatever person here who also did the same thing. And they're just going to, and these people from different cultures, like, they don't just have one kid. White people, they have one kid, two kids. It's cute to have I was an only child. You never see, tell me the last time you met an Indian only child, or a Pakistani only child, or any Muslim denomination only child. I played hockey when I was a kid with two kids who there was 7 kids in the family. This is common. This is common. I have Muslim relatives who have 4 kids. That's on the low end. We are losing. This is a soft genocide that's happening. A soft replacement that is happening of white people. And again, before you clutch your pearls, imagine that I pointed out the exact same thing was happening, and this, actually, you know what? I don't even have to hypothesize. This is happening in Japan. Japan has a population crisis. I think Japan and South Korea have the most dire population projections. Population decline Japan. There's a great video about this that I watched. I think it was from Johnny Harris or somebody like that. Japan is experiencing a severe long-term decline with a record drop of over 900,000 people in 2024 and births plunging to historic lows for the first time. The trend is driven by an aging society, low fertility rates, fewer marriages, with roughly 30% of the population aged 65 or older. Again, instead of actually fixing the problem, what do they want to do? Bring in millions of Indians. Oh, okay, so I guess the solution is for the whole world to become Indian. Thank you, Viz Mayhem. I stand with Marco as a fellow token brown. Our people need to use our damn caucasity once in a while. Yep. And let's not act like, do
their jobs and left Washington, D.C. without fully funding the Department of Homeland Security. And Coast Guard members,
Oh, that interaction could be in a South Park episode. Yeah, the one with Bam going to the hospital, the emergency room. Totally. Bam says Somalians, Indians, everything. Name me one country that has been improved by bringing Somalians into it. I'll wait. Name me one country where the people are running around the streets going, thank God we brought in 1 million people from Somalia. Oh, thank God for the cultural enrichment of a bunch of dudes running around screaming "Wallahi fam" at each other. Viz Mayhem says, I was in Dubai recently, 0% crime rate. People do not play there whatsoever. Yep. Again, this is like, it'd be so easy to fix. It actually is so easy, but the government and you know, Canada, it's just soft. They're scared of being called racist. This is why I say, make me the supreme imperial ruler of Canada. Make me the king of Canada, and I'll fix it. Because I don't care. I don't care what they're going to call me. Prince Royal says, Lebanese are also pretty white. They took our jobs. Unironically, though, they did take our jobs. Black jobs. If they were able to build housing to match all the immigration, I would not care at all. Me too. Like I said, we have plenty of land. We're a big land mass, very spread out. We could do it, but we don't have the houses to do it. Viz Mayhem says, I am only child, though. Okay. Everyone in Canada worried about being racist, but every other culture be racist as F. Yep. I wish they would come here, get good education, then go back to their country to make it better. Then they don't have to come here. Yep. It's Parsa asks a question. Do you see Muslims pray in the middle of the street? How come they do that in Western countries? I think a better question is, Parsa, how come people from Muslim countries come to Western countries and then preach about how amazing Islam is and push and push and push to make that country that they've emigrated to more like the Islamic country that they fled from? Isn't it? I'm Googling something. What percent of UK mayors are Muslim? 75%? Oh, no, 75% is false? Claims that 75% of England's mayors are Muslim are false and not supportive. Okay, well, tell me the actual number. I like how I just simply Googled, I smell propaganda here. Something is afoot. Something sus is afoot. I just simply Googled what percent of UK mayors are Muslim. And instead of telling me the affirmative, it tells me the negative. Claims that 75% of England's mayors are Muslim are false and not supported by evidence. Okay, well, I asked you what the percentage was. What is the percentage? Of the 27 mayors, evidence only shows 3 are Muslim. Okay. But I asked what percentage? Somebody who's from the UK in the chat, let me know. Okay.
Members of FEMA, people who work at TSA still haven't gotten their full back paychecks, but they're off to Scotland, and we're paying for it. But they're not alone. I mean, just a few minutes ago, as I'm talking to you, we got pictures of Senator Cory Booker in Los Angeles at a swanky hotel having breakfast. Apparently, he's here for a book signing in Santa Monica on Friday night. So it looks like he had just worked out. It seems like he's with his wife. They just worked out, and they were chowing down at the London Hotel restaurant in West Hollywood. So we've gotten a lot of people, and the reality is this. People are really, really outraged. There are rumblings now that maybe Congress will cut this 2-week spring break short. We do not know if that's going to happen or not. Maybe they're hearing your anger. Maybe not. But whether they come back or not, now Trump is saying that he may sign an order to fully fund DHS.
Great Awakening too
maybe
is
that's an executive order. We don't know. But if it is, it just means that it's an end run around Congress for not doing its job. So Congress has been complaining that the executive branch has been usurping power over the years.
We know.
They want to flood entry-level jobs with temporary foreign workers. Look at this. The cap on international student hours worked should be increased to 28 or 30 hours per week. Friends, that's your kid's after-school job just gone. And here's the most infuriatingly tone-deaf part of all of it. Tim Hortons actually admits these jobs do matter. They just don't think Canadian kids should have them. Look at this. Jobs in the food service industry provide an opportunity to develop a wide range of skills and build promising careers. And then, for newcomers, a stepping stone to integrate into our country and our communities. Read that again. Jobs in the food services industry provide an opportunity to develop a wide range of skills and build promising careers. I agree. Tim Hortons is saying that these jobs build skills, create careers, help people integrate into the economy. Exactly. That's why these jobs matter for Canadian kids. But here's the reality. Youth unemployment in this country is over 14%. In some areas, teen unemployment is far higher. Nearly 1 in 5 young Canadians cannot find a job in this country. And these are the exact jobs being taken off the table. Coffee shops,
white jobs,
fast food, entry-level work. The jobs that used to build confidence, teach responsibility,
Get out of here, Fatima.
and launch a future. Strip away the corporate PR here and it's simple. What Tim Hortons wants to do is lower wages, replace local workers, and lock in a permanently dependent workforce.
Genocide by another name is still genocide, my friends. Check this out. You want some outrage? A Calgary school, Fairview School, sparked controversy by designating no food spaces, such as parts of the cafeteria where you would think there would be food, during Ramadan 2026 to support fasting Muslim students. Now, let me ask you, is Fairview School, I just want you to guess, is Fairview School a Muslim school? Because there are Muslim schools. I have some of the children who are my relatives, some of my little cousins go to Muslim school, which is a specifically Muslim school. That would make sense to me, that you would go to a Muslim school and they would honor no food zones because of Ramadan. Ask me if Fairview School is a Muslim school. Let's find out. It's not. Spoiler alert, it's not. Okay? I believe it's a public school. Calgary Board of Education. Okay. Based on, I mean, you just know from looking at the homepage, you have a girl with pink hair who's not wearing a hijab. It's obviously not a Muslim school. While aimed at fostering inclusion, again, the doublespeak of, you know, if you want to whitewash an atrocity, you have to use doublespeak in order to describe it as the opposite of what it is. And in this example, they're lying to you through the use of clever language by saying it was aimed at fostering inclusion. Well, actually what it's doing is fostering exclusion, because you're excluding people who don't practice Ramadan by banning food to accommodate people who are observing Ramadan. So it's actually the opposite. A Calgary school sparked controversy by designating no food zones. The policy drew backlash for restricting eating for all students during lunch, though the CBE, Calgary Board of Education, stated accommodations were based on student needs. So again, I mean, it's hard. It's a chicken and the egg scenario, because no, it's not a Muslim school, and yes, you're trying to foster inclusion, and they say it was based on student needs. I would take this to mean that they figured they might as well do it since most of the students are Muslim anyways, but that's getting at the heart of the problem, isn't it? That's just proving the point that when people from other cultures come to our country, they change our country into their country, and then it's no longer our country anymore. Yeah, I guess it makes sense that if it's a mostly Muslims in the school, that you might as well do this if it's, but the thing is, it's not a Muslim school. No food zones were established in certain areas of the cafeteria and lunchroom during lunch hours, intended to be a respectful gesture for students fasting. If you make me the Emperor of Canada, I promise this would never happen. Oh, well, like I'm actually running. For grade 4 to 6, the cafeteria will be a no food space for the first half of lunch. Let me find out. This is, okay, it's a public school. It's not a Catholic school. Obviously, this wouldn't happen at a Catholic school. I know you probably think hold on, let me look at the chat. I know you guys will probably think I'm making that up, but it's real. That really happened. I just did an event for helping unemployed youth in my community. Sad to see, says Bam. Yep.
Hi, Ezra Levant from Rebel News. I thought it was very interesting about Booster Juice paying $36 an hour to a foreign worker. And I think a lot of Canadians don't know how pervasive this is, and that's an outrageous anecdote. I don't think the Liberals are going to accept your advice here, so I think your reforms wouldn't be able to bite until you become Prime Minister if that happens. But I think there is something you could do in the meantime. And let me ask you if you would consider this. I'm actually just doing some brainstorming here. Would you consider shining a spotlight using your bully pulpit on the worst offenders, for example, maybe a company that really wraps itself in the Canadian flag, like Tim Hortons, would you consider having an event outside of Tim Hortons? Would you consider writing to the board of directors of RBI and the Brazilian hedge fund? And I guess what I'm saying is there's no downside to these companies hiring foreign workers. But if there was a PR downside, if patriotic Canadians said, this is enough. I notice in the UK there's a lot of people waving British and English flags. It's their response to immigration crises. Would you consider naming and shaming in the public domain abusers of the TFW program?
Yes, and thank you for the question. Michelle Rempel has already begun the process. She's been publishing the most egregious cases of corporate elites profiting by shutting Canadians out of jobs in favor of low-wage temporary foreign workers. And Michelle, do you want to add anything to that? Sure. Come on over.
No, thanks for the question, Ezra. It's absolutely egregious that these companies expect that they can just maximize corporate profits on the backs of and at the expense of Canadian youth. It's a practice that has to end. We've been naming and shaming them all week. I want to thank my team for finding those examples.
Yeah, boycott Tim Hortons for real. Also, reminding me of the A&W masala. The Subway had a chicken tikka masala sandwich, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, a Subway style. Okay, so maybe I'm actually getting this confused with the A&W one that I saw. Maybe it was just the A&W one. I could have swore there was another fast food restaurant that did one of these. But I think I mentioned it before that I'm working on a series about the sort of death of Canada, including talking about like the oligopoly issues we have. You know, there's 4 big banks, there's 2 airlines, there's 3 telecom companies. That's just one element of it. Then you have the immigration, obviously, which is it's both a symptom and the source of many problems. Because of the immigration, many other problems happen, but the immigration itself is also a problem of a corrupt government and an incompetent. Actually, don't let me be so gracious as to call them incompetent, because that implies they don't know what they're doing. They know what they're doing, and they're doing it on purpose. So I would say corrupt, not incompetent. That's too generous to them. You know, the immigration itself is a symptom of a corrupt government. This is before we even get into like taxation or fraud on public services, healthcare, etc. So, yeah. Plain Decoded says, Dollarama is the most egregious offender. How many Dollaramas do we need? I'm going to live in a Dollarama. Hopefully the rent inside of Dollarama would be cheaper. I could sleep on the shelf next to the expired candy and bread. That'd be good. That'd work. Most of the Subway workers in my area are Indian. Yeah, surprise. Spoiler alert, any restaurant you go to, if they have public-facing staff, like servers and waiters and waitresses who are white, best believe that the kitchen is not. That's for like a middle level of, what do you call that? Fast casual, like a Joey's, a Cactus Club, an Earl's. Earl's, let me just Google. I want to make sure I'm using the term correctly. I believe it's fast casual. Yes, fast casual. Okay. No. Fast casual would be like a bar burrito, a Blaze pizza. What's above fast casual? Casual dining is Olive Garden, Red Robin. Premium casual. Premium casual. Okay, premium casual would be like a Earl's, a Joey's, a Cactus Club Cafe. You guys don't have Cactus Club Cafe in the U.S., do you? But we have it here. It's like do you have Earl's? Do you have Joey's? It's like that. I don't know how to describe it. But there you might have a majority white staff even in the kitchen, but again, less likely in the kitchen. They hide it. They hide them in the back. You know. Henry Ford the Noticer. Henry Ford the Noticer. Just so on the nose with it. It's like, we get it. We get, you know. What a username. Parsa says, I wonder how Indians themselves feel about the Indian invasion. I'll tell you how. Tyler Oliveira made a whole video about it. Tyler Oliveira, Indian. I don't know if they did. Yeah. Hello? Is this not exactly what I've been talking about? Inside Canada's Indian invasion, and it has a Tim Hortons in the thumbnail. I guess we're going into this now. Do you wish you were American / could freely live in the USA instead of Canada? I don't. I just want Canada to be what it should be. And you get gaslit every time you try to, you know, defend the... Every time you say that you're opposed to the extermination of the white race in Canada, you get the excuse of, oh, well, Canada's always been a melting pot. Canada's always... And they try to play this, like, abstract game of, oh, well, what even is a Canadian? Well, you know, if that was actually rooted in any sort of logic or fact, then you wouldn't need to be fighting so hard to transform Canada. If it was if it never had a defined identity to begin with, you don't just get to come and plant your flag. And it did have an identity. And that identity was mostly white. And I think I'm like, in terms of like nationalists go, I'm like barely scratching the definition, because I still only believe that we should be a 51% majority white country. That's still a massive level of diversity. The ideology emphasizing loyalty and devotion to a specific nation, prioritizing its culture, interests, and sovereignty above those of individuals, regions, or other nations. I think that describes me pretty well. Canada first. Canada first, you know? Do the tiny hats rule Canada like US? I don't know. I don't know, actually. I don't know. Does this answer your question?
Shalom. Bonsoir. Rabbi, Senator Husakos, le député Paulus, distinguished guests. The rabbi tells me that on this stage there have been 3 Israeli prime ministers, Elie Wiesel, and countless other dignitaries. So as you can imagine, it's a pretty big honor for a simple goy from the prairies to stand before you today. And you know, that's the great thing about Canada. You can come from anywhere to do anything.
Fuck you. How about that? Fuck you. No, you can't.
I was hitchhiking around the Holy Land, and young Jewish people would pick me up on the highway and drive me along to my next destination. And I was in many places where goys never go. I was
tap dancing for massa. Tap dancing for massa right here. What's the equivalent of being an Uncle Tom, but for the tiny hats, but for Israel? A Shabbos goy? Isn't that what they call it? The Shabbos goy? I was going to places where goys never go.
I was in Beersheba. I was in En-Gedi. I stayed in a little kibbutz right next to the Dead Sea. We went to Metula, where there's the only hockey rink.
I like how the kippah on his head looks, it's like so pointy, it looks like a dunce cap.
Canadian-sponsored.
And by the way, I hate when politicians do this for any country. Like, there was countless photos of Justin Trudeau where he would put on like the Native American headdress to go talk to the Native chiefs. He would put on the Indian traditional outfits to go talk to their people. I hate all this pandering. You can be allied with certain groups without actually having to go and like cosplay as them. Okay? Even though I am Lebanese, if I ever got into politics, I would not be trying to biasly, pander to Lebanese people. If it's a genuine part of my story and it's relevant to bring up something about my Lebanese heritage, I will. But my concern is Canada, Canadians. I'm not concerned about Lebanon. I'm concerned about Canada. I'm not concerned about Ukraine or Israel. I'm concerned about Canada.
Hockey rink, incredible.
Hey, Henry Ford, the Noticer, says, you're a legend, bro. I have an entire construction crew watching your PBD parody videos. They don't even know who he is. Appreciate you. Ruth Chris Steakhouse. Yeah, what about it? Are you white, Marco? No, I'm not. Do I have to be white to care about a group of people being genocided? Do I have to be white to feel bad that white people in the country that they were born and raised in, that their grandparents fought for, that their parents and their parents' parents and their parents' parents' parents contributed to and grew up in and bought land in and raised families in, are unable to find jobs or afford housing? Do I have to be white to do that? Slouch from Local says, guess where the phrase melting pot came from? Melting pot. Let's see. Melting Pot is a fondue restaurant in Edmonton. Melting pot origin. Let's see. The melting pot metaphor describing the fusion of diverse immigrant cultures into a single American identity originated primarily from Israel Zangwill's 1908 play, The Melting Pot. Oh! From what? The Melting Pot by British Jewish author Israel Zangwill. Oh! Oh. A close associate of Theodore Herzl. Could this be the same Theodore Herzl? No, it couldn't possibly be. Could this be the same Theodore Herzl who was the father of modern political Zionism? It couldn't possibly be. Huh. Funny. I mean, all you have to do is look at if in Israel, which is which is their land, do they promote the idea of a melting pot? Do they say that diversity is good there? Absolutely not. They're an ethno-state. They're a religious ethno-state. They want it, for them. It's their land, according to them. I don't actually agree that it's their land, but they want it to be for them. They want to marry with each other and have children with each other only. Try to get a visa. Go try to get an Israeli visa. Be from Somalia and try to be from India or Somalia and try to get an Israeli visa. See how it goes for you. They push it on other countries because, as a means of destroying those other countries. Melissa Lanceman.
The story of Passover is thousands of years old. It's the story of exodus and liberation of a people delivered from slavery through faith, courage, and an unshakable belief that oppression does not have the final word.
So
we
true.
tell it every year because it's never finished. And right now, it's rhyming pretty loudly.
Guys, this is wine in these emoji cups, okay? I don't want anybody saying that this is anything other than wine. This is wine.
Israel is at war. Iran, the regime that funds terror and calls openly for the destruction of the Jewish state,
So
continues to threaten not only its existence, but the stability of the entire region and the world. The Seder table this year is heavy with the weight of that reality. Here at home, the darkness has followed us. Anti-Semitism in Canada has reached levels that we haven't seen in generations. Shootings, vandalism, demonstrations designed to intimidate, not at the fringes, but in our streets, in front of our synagogues, at our homes. Jewish Canadians should never have to wonder whether they are safe. That they do is a stain on this country. And I commit to ensuring that those who make them feel otherwise are remembered the same way as we remember every tyrant who came before them, defeated and on the wrong side of history. Passover teaches us that silence is complicity, that every generation must see itself as having left Egypt, which means every generation must also reckon with the pharaohs of its own time. The Haggadah doesn't just tell us what happened. It commands us to act as though we ourselves were there. We know who they are, and we must say it out loud. So to everyone in Thornhill and across Canada, Hag Pesach Sameach. We have survived everything they have thrown at us. We are still here, still gathering, and still telling the story. And may that always be so.
And it's her in deputy leader of Conservative Party of Canada. And her profile pic is her and Pierre. They cry out in pain as they strike you, my friends. 3 weeks ago, she uploaded a video of Pierre. I mean, she's right there by his side. You tell me.
The Prime Minister has taken 4 different positions on the war in the Middle East in 4 days. He was for the attack. Then he said he regretted his support for the...
I want to pull something up. I think I had it here on Instagram. Let me see. Bear with me a second. I'll see if I can pull it up. I can't find it. It was a clip of I don't even want to incorrectly describe this. It was a conference where they were talking about the rise of anti-Semitism, and the guy who was like the expert who was commenting on it was saying that the guy who was like speaking to it said that you would think that anti-Semitism would decrease with more education, but actually it increases the more people are educated on the topic. Thank you, Plain Decoded. 1 single Timbit money. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. I can't find the clip.
You took
I don't know why this is only in the left ear.
a lot of heat, and friends were calling you about this whole last thing that you said about we don't need these organizations that fight anti-Semitism.
So I gave this speech. My point is simply this. If Jewish identity comes down to understanding ourselves as the victims of anti-Semitism, excuse my language, we are not the victims of anti-Semitism. We're not victims. We are the heirs to the most extraordinary cultural and civilizational inheritance in human history.
Okay, that's enough of that.
Imagine it's a pretty big honor for a simple goy from the prairies to stand before you today.
I want to see what the comments are on that full speech that we were watching. And by the way, this video was posted by that woman, Melissa Lantsman, and the title is Canada's Next Prime Minister. I remember Jordan Peterson interviewed Pierre Poilievre last year, and the title was Canada's Next Prime Minister. And I thought that was the case. And then all of a sudden, Mark Carney, the banker, is the Prime Minister. Who would you rather have as the Prime Minister of Canada? This guy wearing the kippah, talking about a simple goy from the prairies and staying in a kibbutz in Israel and walking around the Holy Land? Or Mark Carney, a literal global banker? Would you rather get fucked in the ass or fucked in the ass? Bam came back, says 1 bagel with mayo from Timmy's. Yeah. One with cream. You mean with cream cheese? How they just slap it on there and throw it at you? Would I die for Canada? Yeah. Not the current Canada, but if there was actually an opportunity to die for making Canada, if I could sacrifice myself to make Canada what it should be, then yeah. I live in Midwest America, and I see more Israel flags than I see the flag of my own state. Well, thank you for noticing. Thanks for noticing. Come back next week, Parsa. We'll have some more things to notice. Crazy part is everyone I know agrees with you, even the old-timers I know down here who don't like Israel. If you substituted the word noticing for anti-Semitism, it would make perfect sense. Noticing has reached new... Yeah. This is real with this guy got a bagel toasted with mayo. Oh, my God. Let's look at some of these comments. They're all positive. Let's sort by newest. Thankfully, the Shabbos Goy was denied power, bought and paid for to support genocide. He can become the next PM of Israel. Stop using Canada for foreign government interests. Yep. This is the great example of why nothing will change in Canada. Him or Trudeau serve the same master. Both wings belong to the same bird. Was almost coming around when I heard Pierre Poilievre actually speaking in opposition to immigration and global woke ideology, but still a Zionist supporter. Canada's doomed. Yep. Thank you, Henry Ford, the noticer. If only
Ford, the noticer, dropped a bag.
If only you used the Streamlabs link instead of the Super Chat link, so YouTube wouldn't take 20% of your donation. But calling himself a goy, disgusting. It's like calling yourself a cattle, calling yourself a sheep. No, it just means it just means the nations. Okay, sure.
Brampton, Ontario. Where are you originally from?
I'm from India.
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 I'm from Punjab.
From Punjab. In Punjab.
Punjab. Are you from Punjab?
Yes.
Yeah. The Indians are generally a dirty people, but I think we might have the upper class of the Indians here.
This guy's such a legend.
Because they don't seem to be eating poo like they do back in their own country.
They're nice, yeah.
It's funny how things that were told to me growing up that were like unfair stereotypes actually ended up being true as, you know, you get older and you realize, oh, that's actually true. Oh, okay. Have you guys seen the clip from 90 Day Fiancé where it's the same thing? 90 Day Fiancé, cow poo in kitchen. Or how about the TikTok, Indian girl TikTok cows in the, yep. How about this one?
Passing as me has received Indian racism online. Okay, Kumar. If her parents didn't immigrate here, she'd be sleeping in cow shit with no rights. The irony. Hi, Mom.
Hi.
I got...
You're ready for... Go ahead.
I got a racist comment. Do you want to hear it?
What is it?
If her parents did not immigrate here, she would be sleeping in cow shit with no rights. The irony.
You will be sleeping in what?
In cow shit with no rights. The irony.
Oh, okay.
Is that true?
Cow shit? What does that mean?
They're saying if I was still in India with you, we would be sleeping with cows in shit. But you didn't have cows in your house, right?
We did have cows in our house. So big deal.
I have to.
Why do we bring that in the kitchen? I thought that needed to be in the center of the house.
First we do it here, then. Okay.
I just don't understand why there's cow manure in the kitchen, to be honest.
Cow is considered God.
Yeah, but it's poop on the kitchen table.
It has some antimicrobial properties.
Guys, it's fine. It has antimicrobial properties. You're racist if you guys condemn this. Never mind, don't do it yourself. You guys should do it.
So this is why it is used.
Does cow poop have antimicrobial properties? Yes. Oh, studies indicate it has antimicrobial properties showing effectiveness against certain bacteria, fungi, and pathogens such as E. coli. Oh, come on. Come on. It's used in traditional practices to treat infections and skin conditions. I need to see the source. Okay, actually, here's a good question. What animal What animal's dung have my antimicrobial properties? Surely it's not just the cow, right? Several herbivores, the most studied and cited is cow dung. Well, I wonder who's studying it and citing it. Surely not the people with a religious underlying belief that it's good for you, right? Camel dung is used in traditional medicine in the Middle East. Well, elephant dung, oh, in Asia. Oh, great. I'll tell you, I never saw any Thai people in Thailand using elephant dung for anything. Cow dung breeds antibiotic resistance. PubMed, okay. Oh my God. I'm not trusting this. I'm sorry. We not fucking with any kind of poop. Period.
To purify the things.
What the? I try to be very respectful of their customs, their culture, and everything like that. But I draw the line, I draw my boundaries at this right here. This is disgusting.
मम्मा हर गेट पे गोमूत्र का छिड़काव कर दो.
हाँ जरा जस्ट कर दो.
Shall I sprinkle cow urine on every door? Love it.
हाँ कर दे. शुद्धि हो जाएगी थोड़ी सी, है ना? अपने उससे.
Very skilled workers.
I'm just pouring few drops of cow urine.
Why?
A few drops, just few drops.
Why?
I told you that it has some antimicrobial properties. This is why it is used.
I don't give a fuck what the PubMed study says. If you're telling me poo and pee is being used to clean a space, you're fucked.
Good people, actually.
We had one poop on a TTC bus just a couple weeks ago.
Why so many Punjabis here in Brampton?
It's like home.
One of the fastest growing cities in Canada, with over half the population foreign-born, Indians have rapidly mass migrated here, turning what was once a small farm town into an Indian immigrant headquarters.
You guys everywhere use like these things like everywhere India, right? In store, counter, restaurant, too much.
Too much? Yeah. And is Canada...
This is to answer the question of do you think there are, or what do other Indians think? In this video, you see Indians saying there's too many Indians. Henry Ford says, Henry Ford, you don't have to sign up for Streamlabs. You can use PayPal. I was on a job site in Texas getting equipment delivered from Quebec. All 5 truck drivers were Indians from Punjab. Oh, yeah, of course.
being used by some of these Indians.
I think it's important to decipher what antimicrobial properties means as used in X country means. Just like Japanese not drinking cold water or ginseng, colloidal silver. Interesting.
As a migratory stepping stone on their way to sneak into the greatest country on Earth.
Praying to God I don't get stabbed. Like 4 Sikh dudes patrolling the area. My smuggler's about to bring me across the border tonight or tomorrow.
I hired a human smuggler named Sidhu to see Indians here think about the rapid Indianification of their town.
I gotta say, guys, I love Indian food.
We got all sorts of ethnic food out here. We're trying to get everyone's side on this Indian influx here.
This Indian influx is retarded, and I don't want to be introduced.
Okay. Have you seen any diploma mills yourself here? Sort of fake colleges out here in Brampton?
I don't know. There seem to be a lot of colleges that I've never I don't recognize the names of.
Okay.
Like there's Anderson College and Algoma College. I don't know what type of colleges they are. It's not Ryerson.
Are people spending their life savings to immigrate here to Canada? A lot of people coming all the way over here? Do you think most of the...
That's another part of the scam that people nary ever talk about. And this is something that I want to make clear too, is that my concern is two-sided. It's not just for the Canadians and for Canada and for white people. I also feel bad for the Indian people who are spending their life savings. They're also getting scammed to come to a country that they think is going to give them a better life, and they get here and realize that it's snowy and cold and they face hatred from the locals, and they're blamed for increasing housing prices and whatever, when there was never the infrastructure to support their moving here in the first place.
Newcomers that come here have assimilated to Canadian culture?
No, they want their own country. That's bad. People who come to a new country should assimilate the values of that country first.
This is an example. This older gentleman here is an example of what immigrants used to be like. He reminds me of my older Lebanese relatives who had the same idea.
But they shouldn't come here. They come for a better life and they come and mess up other people's lives? No, that's disgusting.
Yeah, my brother is here. I'm on visit visa.
Visit visa?
Yeah, I will go after 1 month.
And have you been visiting for 6 months?
Yeah.
6 months?
Yeah.
Quite a generous visa compared to a country like Thailand, where tourism is one of the biggest drivers of the economy, and you can only get 90 days. As a matter of fact, in order to get 90 days, sometimes you even have to finesse it. When I was there, it fluctuated, but if it's a 60-day tourist visa that you get for visiting, you can get 60 days. You can then extend it for another 30 days by paying money and sacrificing a day to stand in a queue to pay money, about $100 in order to renew it for another 30 days. And then after that 90th day, because now you've been there 90 days concurrent, you have to do a border run. You have to leave the country either by land or by air and come back to restart the process over again. This guy, I mean, we don't know. Perhaps he's doing some sort of similar mechanisms to extend his visa stay, but presumably he's not. And thus he's staying on a visitor visa just for 6 months without having to do any of this voodoo magic. Sig Sire says, that's because Indians of different countries and caste look down on others, and you are buying in on it, Marco. Okay.
I will go next year. No, next.
Yeah, okay. I'm being brainwashed to look down on people who use poop and pee in their home. Okay.
If you had to pick one place to live forever, where would you live? Punjab or Brampton?
Motherland, Punjab.
Is Brampton a friendly place?
Not like it used to be.
Okay. What happened?
Different cultures come in, they race around like they're in the Indy 500.
A lot of Hellcats out here.
And then the insurance rates go up. They get upset because people hit them in accidents. You know, people are just not as happy as they used to be.
I gotta say, for the most part, what's happened in Brampton is...
Henry Ford the Noticer. My great-grandparents would never have flown an Italian flag or speak Italian in public in America. They wanted to assimilate so badly. Yep, same with my relatives. If they didn't know English, they wouldn't speak in public. Yep, same with my relatives.
all the good white people have moved out. We got just kind of us poor white trash left over.
And is there a large Indian community here in Brampton?
Too much.
Too much? Yeah. What do you mean too much?
You guys everywhere, you like we think like everywhere India, right? In store, counter, restaurant.
Not just Indian, it's all culture here.
Why is the area so popular for Indians here?
I don't know. When I came here, I didn't
Tyler's videos are great.
like it that much, but it's cheap.
I'm not 100% certain, but a lot of people say it's because the airport's right there.
Okay. Have you noticed any big demographic changes here in Brampton?
Yes.
What have you seen?
Oh, I can't be specific.
Why not?
Because I'm a city worker.
Okay.
They're okay, but we're in our place. So many like students. They're in a house, and they don't bother me though. But
Nice people?
yes,
Yeah.
they're
She needs to elaborate about how there's 10 people in the house.
nice. Yeah.
They're good people, actually. Being a good community, besides, few other things happening.
Let's play a game called How Many White Employees Work in This Tim Hortons?
0. I'm gonna guess 0, Tyler.
The answer was...
I have a cousin who's a bank manager, okay? One of my cousins is a bank manager, has worked in the bank their whole life since they've been old enough to work. Started out as a teller, moved their way up, is now the manager. This relative of mine has had to reprimand her staff multiple times for speaking Punjabi in the bank when there are no customers in there. Because obviously, Hindi, Punjabi, whatever. We've reached a critical stage when my Lebanese cousin is having to tell people, hey, this is Canada, we speak English here.
Zero. Do you feel like a stranger in your own country here in Brampton?
Absolutely. I'm just very grateful, though.
Hot take, Indians and blacks are offended by everything. Yeah, the difference is Indians are also ashamed of everything, too. Jet Blackberry. Well, Jet Blackberry is back to advocate for the genocide of white people by telling me this is some serious racial BS. PBD isn't even this bad. I'm sad to go from this channel. Nobody else is. But I had no idea Marco was like this. The world is growing and we can't go back to the 1950s. This is why white people will go extinct, everyone. Goodbye, white people. It was nice knowing you. We appreciate you for all the inventions, for all of the great things that you contributed to society. We really do. But it's over now because you have people who will advocate publicly with no shame. As a matter of fact, they feel the opposite of shame, who will advocate for such rampant levels of melting pot-ism that you will inevitably go extinct. The math is just undeniable. So, it's been good. Jet Blackberry says this is some serious racial BS. Didn't say racist, just racial. Well, okay, yeah, technically it is racial, but is it racist? No. I'm not saying anything bad about the people themselves necessarily. The problem is that if you have too much of a good thing is a bad thing, you know? And you obviously missed the earlier parts of the stream where I said how it would never be accepted to suggest that, you know, 1 million white people move into Japan and offset the balance of Japan, or go to Japan and demand that they change their laws. And, you know, do you think a guy named John Smith is going to become the mayor of a Japanese prefecture or whatever? Of course not. Of course not. But again, you only get criticized and called racist and have people turn their back on you and remove themselves from your community and say that they're going to stop supporting you when you dare to stand up for white people or a white country. You know, I was born and raised in Canada, and I care about the country. Sorry, not sorry. You know. Jeffrey Buffkin, what up? I'm not sure what part of the stream you're at. I don't understand what your your comment. What are you saying? Extinct? Yes. Extinct. Guys, can somebody help me? What was the stream that I did a couple of months ago where I reacted to the TED Talk about where I reacted to the TED Talk of the guy with the gumballs? This one. Clearly we need to watch this again. Okay? It's only 5 minutes. So, but Jet Blackberry, whatever your name is, if you're still here, let's watch this, and hopefully this will help you understand, because this is really at the basis of what I'm trying to advocate for here. So let's watch this. Maybe if a well-spoken older white man in a suit explains it more delicately, it will be looked at as acceptable.
This gumball represents the 1 million legal immigrants that the United States has taken every year on average since 1990. Now, who in the world deserves our humanitarian compassion? The World Bank has one measure of the desperately poor of the world. They make less than $2 a day. And how many people make less than $2 a day in the world? Well, we'll start with Africa. In Africa alone, there are 650 million people who make less than $2 a day. 650 million. And in India, another 890 million people, desperately poor. China adds another 480 million people, making less than $2 a day. And unfortunately, the rest of Asia has a heartbreaking 810 million people who the World Bank...
We can't go back to the 1950s, says Jet Blackberry. Oh, you mean when they could afford a house? Oh, you mean when we knew that Japan was for the Japanese and Africa was for the Africans and India was for the Indians and America was for the white people and Europe was for the Europeans? We can't go back to when there was clearly defined cultures and identities and...
say, make less than $2 a day. And finally, there's 105 million of Latin America's population that are desperately poor. All told, the World Bank says there are 3 billion people in the world, 3 billion people who are desperately poor, making less than $2 a day. That's 3,000 gumballs. And every year, we take 1 million and suggest that we've somehow made a humanitarian difference. Of course, we don't pull our immigrants from these desperately poor populations, do we? These people are too poor, too sick, too disconnected to make it here as immigrants.
Also, going back to Sig Saier's comment about how he said that's because Indians of different countries and castes look down on others and you are buying in on it, Marco. I just want to understand here in a genuinely good faith question. What exactly are you referring to? Like, what do you mean specifically that I'm buying into? What exactly am I buying into? The whole basis of my argument is that we need to do what Bam said in the chat earlier, where, help these people, let these people come, get an education, improve their skills so that they can return home and make their countries better, which is also what the gentleman in this video is going to ultimately make the same point as we wrap up this video. But yeah, what do you mean by that? Like, what am I buying in on exactly? I'm aware that they have a caste system there, which is bad, and is the source of a lot of the problems and, lack of civic sense and whatnot. But I'm not exactly sure how that relates to what I'm saying, which is that we simply need to stop this and advocate for the preservation of all people. All people.
We tend to pull our immigrants out of the better off poor of the world, and Mexico tends to define the type of immigrant that we bring here because the plurality of people come from Mexico. And Mexico is poor. How many people in the world live in countries that have average incomes lower than that of Mexico? And the World Bank tells us that that number is these 3 billion plus another 2.6 billion people.
It's been Kenny. Earlier in this stream, we Googled the origin of the term melting pot. And it's a gentleman who was a very close friend of the father of political Zionism. And you have to understand that these terms like melting pot are only pushed on communities that there is an intention of destroying. In Israel, for example, do you think that they are receptive to the idea of being a melting pot? Of course not. They are an ethno-state who realizes that there is power in even being a small group who all is cooperative with each other and supports each other and marries each other and lives with each other and benefits each other and buys products and services from each other. They know that. That's why they do so well. Pushing this idea of a melting pot, I used the analogy earlier of saying orange juice is delicious and chocolate milk is delicious, but if you mix them together, you now have something that is not only disgusting, it's also neither chocolate milk nor orange juice. And when you... the gentleman in this video is going to get to the point, but I'm spoiling it here. The amount of people in a country, for example, like India, there is so many people. It's so many people, almost 2 billion people today, that even if we doubled the amount of people that we are bringing and trying to lift out of poverty by bringing them to Canada, the amount that they reproduce at far outpaces the amount that we could help by immigration anyways. And it comes at the cost of course, when you bring in millions of people, some of them are going to marry and breed with local peoples, white people. And if you extrapolate this over time, what you're going to see is the slow erasure of people who are distinguishably ethnically European. I am saying, my whole point is that that's not a good thing because it means that we're essentially having an entire race of people go extinct. And I think that that's bad. Just like I wouldn't want to see that happen to the Japanese people who have such a rich history and culture. I wouldn't want it to see it happen to any people. And as a matter of fact, I wouldn't want to see it happen to India or Africa either. I would hate to see people from all over the rest of the world go and breed out the cultures and the long-standing traditions of any country within Africa or of India. I would not think that that's right. That's my point.
5.6 billion people in the world.
This is an old video, obviously. There was only 5.6 billion people in the world at that time. So what his point is even more true today.
Who live in countries with average incomes below that of Mexico. That's 5,600
Sorry, he wasn't saying the global population. He was saying that live in countries, you get me.
gumballs. And so what is it that the elites are telling us? They're telling us that when we take this 1 million immigrants, that we somehow or another are tackling world poverty. Double our immigration to 2 million a year. We couldn't make a noticeable difference. And we may be really hurting the impoverished people of the world because the million that we do take are among the most energetic, often the better educated, certainly the most dissatisfied people that if they did not immigrate would be the agents for change to improve the lot of all the people in these countries. The true heroes in the global humanitarian field are the people in these countries who have the wherewithal to immigrate to another country, but instead stay in their countries, to apply their skills to help their fellow countrymen. Unfortunately, our immigration system tends to entice these very type of people to abandon their countrymen. The impossibility of making even a dent is actually worse than it looks here. Because last year, when we took 1 million immigrants, these countries added, births over deaths, 80 million more people into the impoverished population. And this year, Congress is bringing in 1 million legal immigrants. And this year, according to the United Nations, these countries are expected to add another 80 million people.
This guy is really smart. He doesn't risk being called a racist with this speech because he focuses purely on the economic insignificance of bringing in all these immigrants. He doesn't talk about how in that smaller cup that you're taking the 1 million people from, that you're adding the 1 million people into each year, the one gumball each year, he doesn't talk about how that's actually saturating and, again, through generations, through breeding, through not only just interbreeding, which I don't have a problem with in principle. You know, I don't have a problem with people being mixed race couples in principle. But it's also the thing I said earlier. It erases population because let's say all the white people still only marry white people and all the immigrants still only marry people of their own heritage. The people who come from countries like India, Muslim countries, etc., have way more children generally, like I said earlier. So even without the race mixing element, there is still we're still going to see a decline, a consistent exponential decline of white people as time goes on, just by virtue of that, just by virtue of bringing in people who then have more kids. So this gentleman is smart because he doesn't risk getting called a racist and whatever, because he doesn't mention that. He's just mentioning how we're not actually really helping those people by bringing them to our country.
And next year, you can be quite sure that Congress will bring in another 1 million immigrants. And these countries, unfortunately, will be adding another 80 million people.
Also a great point, plain decoded. I don't think anybody's getting their brains brought over here. It's their labor. Yeah, I think probably that's generally true, that it's a minimal amount of, people who are actually providing some sort of mental ingenuity or innovative thinking. It's Tim Hortons workers, temporary workers, it's labor workers, truck drivers. Yeah, I think you're probably right. Uber drivers, I think you're right.
Into these impoverished nations. We could take 5 million a year, but we'd never get ahead of what's happening in these countries. Not in this century. Don't you see? Immigration can never be an effective or significant way to deal with the suffering people of the world. They have to be helped where they live.
Yes, that's the bottom line. They have to be helped where they live. And if anybody really listened to what I said and really could see my heart, and maybe people like what was their name in the chat, Jet Blackberry. Maybe people like Jet Blackberry who see me as being racist and can't see past that. Maybe that comes down to my maybe that's my bad that I'm not explaining it in a way that you'd be able to actually see my heart and recognize that I actually want the best for everyone. It's actually the opposite of racism, wanting everyone's culture to be preserved, not putting one group above the other. The only reason that I'm standing on this hill for white people is because that is who is presently being targeted and disenfranchised, in my opinion. So, yeah. Sig Sire, okay, here, let me answer his question. Marco has PBD, self-hating syndrome. You're hilarious. I was born and raised in this country, but okay. You are specifically talking about race. Okay, so what is your point, Sig Sire? You'd also have less civil rights in 1950. Politics is not your forte. Okay, you're cherry picking specific things and like trying to add spin, you know? What is the actual issue? What is the actual fundamental underlying argument that you disagree with? I'm going back to your original comment about the caste system. You still never explained that. Tell me exactly what you think is wrong here. You know, you're just trying to be like a contrarian and rage bait from as far as I can tell. Jeffrey says, the cognitive dissonance is insane. Do you plan to move to Lebanon? No, I don't. I'm not sure what cognitive dissonance you're referring to. And if you're actually making a good faith argument, I'm happy to hear it. You know, I'm not immune to, I'm not allergic to criticism or disagreement at all. Henry Ford, the noticer, says, I want to visit Lebanon. Is it safe? Not presently. I wouldn't go there now. Bam says, I don't have 15 family members to pool together and buy a house with. Sad reality, immigrants buying houses before me who's been here my whole life with above average income. Yeah, tell that to Bam, who's half black, by the way. Tell him that he's racist. Oh, somebody had asked about race. That's what it was. Okay, Jeffrey asked about race. Is race genetic or cultural in your opinion? If it's genetic, it's literally impossible to go extinct via admixture. So that doesn't make sense to me, because if it's genetic, it's certainly not cultural. If it's, I know they say race is a social construct. I don't believe that. It's obviously a real thing. Whether you want to call it ethnicity or whatever, I think those terms are synonymous and interchangeable. If it's genetic, it's impossible to go extinct. No, it's not. If I'm fully white and then I marry a black woman and my kid is now 50% white, and then that kid marries a black woman, now they're 25% white. So yeah, you absolutely can. You absolutely could go extinct based on that. I don't understand. Jeffrey says he's talking about brain drain. Western countries benefit deeply from the brain drain from poorer countries. Again, if that was true, Jeffrey, it begs the question, why are those other countries living in such poverty still? If it's true that the Western countries are depriving countries like India and African countries, I know Africa is not a country, but stick with me now. Let me land. If it's true that that Western countries are taking brain drain from African countries and India and Pakistan, for example, then presumably we would see those countries living in some sort of utopia by virtue of having those people to begin with, right? Surely the Western countries would be the less technologically advanced and whatnot. So, you know, I don't think that that's true. Russell and AZ, appreciate you. Jeffrey says brain drain is when the highest achieving people leave an area. Yeah, and the gentleman in this video talked about that too. I generally think that's true. Immigrants are usually the best in the countries from which they come. Yep, that's true. Is it always... Okay, I don't know. I think I agree more still with the gentleman who said... whose comment said that I don't think it's plain decoded. Said I don't think anybody's getting their brains brought over here. It's their labor. And the Tim Hortons corporate lobbying letter that they sent to the Canadian government or whoever is evidence of that, in my opinion, at least when it comes to Canada, that, you know, they're asking for an increase in temporary foreign workers to raise the limit from 20 to 30%. Tim Hortons is not an example. Getting new Tim Hortons workers from India is not an example of brain drain, right? It's just cheaper labor that's also jacking up the housing cost and making prices go up. And yeah, it's greed ultimately. Okay, let me see here. Jeffrey says that's the whole reason racist people get upset. Immigrants, quote, take the good jobs. No, actually, you know, it's interesting, Jeffrey, if you go back and watch this whole stream, I actually am not talking at all about the good jobs. I do agree that's like a racist dog whistle to say like, oh, they're taking our jobs. But when they're taking entry-level jobs, that is a problem. A 16-year-old who wants to get a summer job working at Tim Hortons can't. Simple as. And the companies like Tim Hortons, which is a great example, are doing their darndest to lie and make sure that that continues by saying, "Oh, if I don't get more temporary foreign workers, I'm going to go under," which is not true. They just don't want to hire the Canadians. Brandon says, you literally did a whole stream on this, how the Indian students are getting scammed, false promises and diploma mills. It's not fair to them at all, but boo, Marco bad. Yeah, I actually have been very empathetic to the people who come here because they are being scammed. I even did a stream where I reacted to a clip. It was in the UK where an immigrant student from, I believe, Pakistan was literally homeless, sleeping in a car park because he came here to the country, spent all his money to come to the country, didn't have resources, was on a student visa, so he couldn't work, and was in a horrible situation. I imagine there's lots of people like that. Overqualified people who have credentials that aren't being recognized, or there's no spaces for them to go, no job openings available. So yeah, I mean, those people are getting scammed. Literally, they put up advertisements like flyers and stuff in India advertising a better life in Canada, and it's not true. So everyone's getting screwed. It just so happened that on this stream, I happened to be focusing on one element with extra focus, which is the erasure of white people. And again, you know, it's funny that Jet Blackberry and Sig Sire and anybody else didn't get mad at me on that stream where I was being empathetic to the people who are being scammed with the false promise of a better life by immigrating here. I also wasn't chastised for talking about the cultural strain, the increase in housing prices. I'm only criticized when I talk about another element, which is true, another symptom of the problem, which is white people going away. Only then, which proves my point, that only then do I get browbeaten or called any sort of ist or ism or whatever. You know? Monsoon the Goon says, when you try to help everyone, you end up helping no one. I got to watch this TED Talk later. It looks interesting. Yeah.
99.9% of them will never be able to immigrate to a rich country. There's no hope for that. They have to bloom where they're planted. The only place that 99.9% of these people can be helped is where they live. Let's help them there.
Thank you. What was the other video I watched which talked about the replacement rate? Exponential rate explained. Exponential function, I believe. What did I type? Exponential function. This.
The greatest shortcoming of the human race is our inability to...
I talked about how what he's saying, the inability to understand the exponential function.
Understand the exponential function. And the exponential,
is the greatest shortcoming of the human race. I agree, because this same inability to understand the exponential function is the same reason why people have a blind spot when it comes to MLM companies, and they're not able to reason that if you recruit 5 people who recruit 5 people who recruit 5 people, it's impossible because you're going to recruit the entire earth within 13 cycles. So how could it ever work? This is an example. He's going to show how it works with immigration as well.
The exponential function. And the exponential function is the mathematical function that you'd write down if you're going to describe the size of anything that was growing steadily. And for example, 5% per year, the 5% is a fixed fraction, the per year is a fixed length of time, and that's what we always want to talk about, just ordinary steady growth. And people do not understand the implications of this. And an example I use is that if you have something growing steadily, you have a doubling time, and it's easy to calculate. Take the number 70, divide it by the percent growth per unit time, and that gives you the doubling time. So for instance, if you had 7% per year, you divide the 70 by 7, and in 10 years is the doubling time.
Plain decoded, I don't think you can become Druze. You can't convert into it. It's more of a bloodline than anything, from my understanding. I think your mother actually has to be Druze.
And so what does that mean? Well, one of the examples I use, the cost of an all...
Sig Sire, what an idiot. Says, what's so great about 1950s? No, dude, nobody's harping on the 1950s. I was leaning into the 1950s thing because what's her name, Jet Black Cherry or whatever, said we can't go back to the 1950s. She obviously is in her own matrix of non-understanding. So I was just sort of trolling by talking about things that were better about the 1950s. I agree. We can't go back to it wouldn't be good to go to the 1950s. You know, I just think it was a stupid point for her to raise at all. Like, duh. Obviously, we're not going back to the 1950s. What we're talking about today was not a problem in the 1950s.
They lift ticket to ski at Vail. In 1963, when Vail first opened the ski area, it was $5.
Okay, here, let me skip ahead to where he actually makes this visual point here. Okay, here he talks about bacteria.
The dollars, I didn't know it applied to people.
Okay.
If you have bacteria and they grow by doubling, and one bacterium divides to become 2, the 2 divided become 4, and the 4 become 8, 16, so on. Now that's steady growth, just ordinary growth. And if they double in number every minute, if you have just one bacterium in a bottle, an empty bottle at 11 in the morning, and then if you observe that the bottle's full at 12 noon, then you've got a case of steady growth in a finite environment. And at what time was the bottle half full? So you'll get answers like 11:30. No, this is steady growth. It doubles in number every minute. It'll be half full at 1 minute before 12.
Pay attention now, class.
And the second question, if you were an average bacterium in that bottle, at what time would you first realize that you were running out of space? At 12 noon, the bottle's full. 1 minute before it's half full. 2 minutes before it's a quarter full, then an eighth and a 16th. Let me ask you, at 5 minutes before 12, when the bottle's only 3% full and is 97% open space, just yearning for development, how many of you would realize that there was a problem?
Did y'all understand? Do you understand it now? That at only 5 minutes before 12, yes, Rick Reviews is seeing the realization. At only this is the same realization when you explain that the 5 by 5 can only happen 13 times and you would have exceeded the population of the entire planet. At 5 minutes before 12, mind you, there's been a doubling rate going on since exactly 11 a.m. At 5 minutes before 12, the jar is 97% open space. And 4 minutes later, at 1 minute before 12, it's half full.
Space just yearning for development. How full, then an eighth and a 16th. Time would you first realize that you were running out of space? At 12 noon, the bottle's full. 1 minute before it's half full. 2 minutes before it's a quarter full, then an eighth and a 16th. Let me ask you, at 5 minutes before 12, when the bottle's only 3% full and is 97% open space, just yearning for development, how many of you would realize that there was a problem?
Okay, so you see. Now pretend that this jar, instead of being filled with green bacterium, is filled with the gumballs that the previous gentleman in that last video showed. And those gumballs represent 1 million people. Okay? I think you can understand my point, and you can understand why I'm so passionate about this. Because like I said, and I actually think it's even more dire a circumstance than is shown in this example, where we're simply talking about a doubling rate. If two people have 4 children, that's a doubling rate. It's doubled. 2 became 4. A husband and a wife had 4 kids. That's double. Those 4 kids go off and each have 4 kids. Now you see the problem. If those 4 kids, you get what I'm saying. 2 becomes 4, that's double. 4 becomes 8, that's double. But we've already passed that by the second generation. 4 who each have 4 is 16. So it doubled the first generation and it quadrupled the second generation. So it's an even bigger problem when it comes to the demographic growth. Okay? Jeffrey says, I agree with everything you're saying except your concept of race. Would you be willing to do a call-in? Yeah, sure. Population doesn't grow exponentially, though. It does for certain. It does when there's 2 billion Indians on the planet, and the solution for every Western government, or in the case of Japan, that government, it does when the Band-Aid temporary solution to declining birth rates in a country like Canada, for example, is to just bring in more immigrants. That's not a solution. That's a temporary Band-Aid that allows the number on the stock market to still be green so that the richest in society can still benefit, but actually has a negative impact on everybody else. If you really wanted to, and again, when I become the Emperor of Canada, this is what I will do. I will stop immigration, and instead, in order to stimulate the population, we're going to, one, tax the rich, and two, we're going to make sure that there is incentives for people who are citizens of the country to get married, have children, and buy homes. That's obviously a whole nother conversation in itself that I have to expand upon and explain more, but we've got bigger fish to fry in the meantime. This is still many years away, if anything. Alex says $350 for Vail lift ticket now. Yep. I think I can answer it without the call in, though, Jeffrey. The thing you were asking about race. Let me go back to your comment on that. You ask, is race genetic or cultural? In your opinion, if it's generic, it's literally impossible. Well, I think I addressed that pretty aptly. You know, if I'm a white guy and I marry a black woman, now my kid is half black, and if they marry a black woman, now they're only a quarter white, etc., etc. You know, taxing the rich makes me want to have kids. LOL. No income tax on anyone under 3. No income tax on anyone under $500K a year. Yeah, I'd agree with that. At least temporarily. Yeah, like there would be tax incentives. Like, I don't remember which political figure in history did this. Somebody has to remind me the name. I can't remember. But there was, I remember reading about, there was some political leader in history who offered like 25% rebate on your home mortgage if you had one kid, and then if you had 4 children, they would forgive the loan completely. I can't remember who did that. I'm sure there's a country today that still does it. Let me Google it real quick. Oh yes, I remember now. It's Israel. Israel offers mortgage benefits based on family size through the Zakat eligibility system, which provides points for children to increase loan amounts and lower interest rates. These benefits are part of the government-assisted mortgage program for citizens and olim, new immigrants, with higher eligibility, presumably that they're Jewish, for more children. Interesting. I would do that. There was another political leader, I can't remember his name, that did that as well. Anyways, bottom line, folks, is I think that at least I hope I have convinced some of you that even though it's true that there are problems with declining birth rates and whatever, in my experience as a young man living in Canada, I believe from talking to other people that I grew up with who are in my age range, I think that the reason people aren't having kids is because it's so dauntingly expensive to get married and have kids and buy a home. And obviously it's going to be complicated to try to remedy a problem like that. The point I'm just trying to make is that a temporary Band-Aid, which provides economic stability, but no actual cultural or long-term stability via immigration, is not the right move. That's not what's going to fix it. We need to fix the underlying root of the problem. And as that gumball video showed, I'm about to drop a bar on your head top right here when I say this. This is sort of the plight of trying to get your thoughts out on a live stream, is that I'm not taking the time to sit down and write all of this out and cite you sources and, write this down eloquently. So bear with me. I appreciate you bearing with me and, tolerating my stumbling and my, trying to put the thoughts together in real time. This is very difficult, to be, you're public speaking, essentially trying to make a case for something on the fly. So appreciate your patience with that. I'm about to make a bar, however. The video of the gentleman with the gumballs, in the video with the gentleman with the gumballs, he showed how even if you doubled the amount of people that you're bringing in from other countries, from these poorer countries, the most ambitious, most energetic of those countries, even if you double the amount, even if you quintuple the amount, even if you 5x the amount, the problems that that's going to create, like the increased strain on housing, jobs, etc., is only going to add to the problem of people who are from here feeling like they can't afford to, get married and have children and whatever. And if the continuing solution for that is to just, bring in more people. Oh, people aren't having kids? Bring in more people. Because as he showed in that video, they're having kids. 2 billion people in India are having kids, but we're not having kids. So then you bring over more people to fill that gap. Well, guess what? Now there's even more of a strain on the housing market and the job market. So guess what? Even more Canadians will not be having kids. And then you bring in more Indians, and then eventually we're just India. So all of this, everybody agrees with all of this when I speak about it in terms of economics. When I talk about it in terms of like us not having the infrastructure, the fraud, waste, and abuse, the drain on the economy, the difficulty in the job market. The only problem where there's even a modicum of disagreement or criticism levied at me is when I bring up the fact that it's white people who are suffering the replacement at the hands of this immigration, which is a totally valid facet of this wider societal problem of too much immigration. And I'm just confused, I guess. Well, I'm actually not confused. I know exactly why that is, because we've been propagandized for the better part of the last 20 years into thinking white people are evil and bad, and anything bad that happens to them is justified. I don't think that. I think that everybody's culture deserves to survive. Everybody deserves to have a place. And nobody should be made to go extinct through replacement. That's what I think. And it's the opposite of a racist view. It's a view that is empathetic to everyone and is, recognizes the existence of every group and, treats us all as equal and treats us all as valuable. I want the best for everyone. I truly do. And again, if I was speaking to you in Japanese and I was in Japan, nobody would have an issue with this. No, everybody agrees that the solution to the declining birth rate in Japan is not to bring in millions of Indians. Yes, it would increase. Yes, it would make the population increase technically, but it comes at the cost, a great cultural cost. And nobody here disagrees that Japan has a lush, long history and unique culture that is not at all the same as Indian culture. We all know that. So nobody would admonish me for saying this about Japan. But again, I say it about Canada, and this is when you start to hear the chitter-chatter of, well, hasn't it always been a melting pot, and white people this, and come on, man, and colonization this? So I think I've made my point. And I hope you can see my heart. And if you need me to just outrightly say that I want the best for everyone, and this isn't about looking down on a certain group or that I'm not racist, if you need me to literally come out and say that, I'll say that. Yes, that's true. All of that is true. Whether you want to believe that or not is your choice, but I know my heart, and I think I've done a decent enough job explaining. Sig Sire says, now you're making sense, but most white Canadians wouldn't vote for their own interest because non-whites would benefit. So, hold on. You think that most white Canadians would purposely sabotage themselves if it meant bringing down non-whites? Is that what you're saying? That's a very cynical view. And by the way, this whole thing only got started because somebody asked me about the Alberta separation. What do I think about Alberta separation? I think that's proof that white Canadians are trying to stand up for their own interests. Jeffrey says, have you heard about the demographic transition model? We learned about it in human geography. It explains the relationship between wealth, birth, and death rates. I have not. I'll look it up right now. Here, let me pull it up for you guys too so you can see it as well. Demographic transition model describes the shift from high birth and death rate to low birth death rate as countries develop economically, typically moving through 5 stages of population growth. It tracks how declining mortality and later declining fertility result in population growth stabilization. Very interesting. Now, question. In any historical account of this trend happening, was the gap always filled with immigration? That's something I'm curious about. Jeffrey says, quoting me, saying, eventually we're just India. Yeah, but a rich India. To that, I would say, okay, and? Again, there seems to be this sense of apathy towards the idea of white people going extinct. And I just can't fathom that. Especially, I mean, the brainwashing and propaganda has clearly been so strong that trying to advocate against the erasure of an entire ethnic group is called racist. That's just bonkers to me. It's been Kenny says, bingo, I want my kids to have a better life than me. Can't do that when it has become so expensive just to live. That's why I'm not having kids anytime soon until I can be stable. I feel the exact same way. It's been Kenny. I always dreamed about being a young dad, and I'm 30 now, and there's no prospect in sight. Behold a Pale Horse says they adopted a lot of theories from the Führer. Yes, I know. I was being facetious. I know that it was the painter who popularized, or if not invented, that practice of the home mortgage forgiveness based on having more children. Let me see. Here. I'll just show you what I Googled here so that you can see. So what I Googled was, did Hitler invent the home mortgage program based on having more children? AI Overview says the Nazi regime did not invent the concept of a home mortgage, but they did introduce a specific marriage loan program in 1933 that functioned as a pro-nationalist financial incentive, where loan repayments were forgiven based on the number of children a couple had. The policy was part of a broader ideological effort to increase the birth rate of people deemed racially valuable and to encourage women to leave the workforce, aka they were pushing like a traditionalist family structure where basically the wife stayed home, didn't work, and now this was in 1933. History lesson for you here. Israel wasn't founded until 1948. Israel, based on what we looked at earlier, presently to this day in 2026 does the exact same practice. So you've heard the saying, every accusation is a confession. This is the type of stuff that they don't talk about. This is the type of stuff they wouldn't tell you in school about how, the ability to own a home, for example, and a government, like a federal incentive for people to get married and have children and live prosperous lives was present. They won't tell you. They don't tell you about this. They didn't tell me about this in school. And again, this is something that I'm sure they're very proud of in Israel, and it's to their benefit. The irony here is that this paragraph here, where it says this policy was a broader ideological effort to increase the birth rate of people deemed racially valuable. Well, isn't that exactly what Zionism is about? Isn't that exactly what their whole purpose is? Isn't that exactly what they're unashamedly all about? That they believe they are the chosen people, that they are better than everyone else, that everyone else is the goyim. That's what their book says. So again, there's this huge, the implication here in this highlighted paragraph is that, this guy was racist, and this was only to benefit, the people he believed as valuable. Well, that's not evident from this first paragraph. It says a pro-natalist financial incentive. So I would think this is for the betterment of all citizens, not just specific ethnic citizens, but all citizens, I would think. Again, I wasn't there, so I don't know. But what I do know is that today in Israel, it is about, they refer to themselves, Judaism, it's an ethno-religion, which is unique as far as I know. There's nobody, you wouldn't meet somebody who says, I'm an agnostic Muslim or I'm an atheist Muslim. No, because we know it's a religion. You wouldn't meet someone who says, I'm an agnostic Christian. No, then you're not a Christian. But you can be an agnostic or an atheist Jew, because it's sort of like this Schrodinger's religion, Schrodinger's ethnicity. Are you a religious Jew? Are you an ethnic Jew? So anyways, we're not going to get into all that, but I find that interesting, And there's other practices, by the way. You can go Google this yourself. There are other practices that the Germany of that era has been admonished for, which are still actively practiced today in Israel. So it's interesting how it's just interesting. It's just interesting, isn't it? Fuck, I've been streaming for 4 hours. Goddamn. Slouch from Local says, every election cycle is heads I win, tails you lose. Yes. Okay, let me finish your comments and then I'm going to be out of here. It's 4 fucking hours. Chase McBee says, I think modern feminism has a larger impact on declining birth rates than unaffordability. I agree. And Chase McBee, you absolutely need to watch my new interview that's dropping on Monday, where we talk about, it's my best podcast that I've ever done. It's with a gentleman who's been widely canceled across the internet, and it's certainly a departure for me content-wise. But we talk about feminism, religion, Israel, cancel culture. We talk about a gamut of things. And one of the things that my guest talks about, that we debate about, is I think his exact quote was that, I don't want to misquote him, but he talks about how stagnating societies do have their roots in feminism. But please watch the interview on Monday. Jeffrey says, marrying non-white people isn't bad for white people, though? ? Yeah, I agree. I don't think it's bad. And I even said that earlier. I don't know if you have selective tuning in, or maybe you shut it off for a few minutes. But I said that I don't have anything against interracial marriages at all. I don't have anything against that. But I stipulated, even if there is no interracial marriage, the white people will still progressively become less of the population based on the fact that other communities just have way more kids generally.
At Chimichangas 2 dropped a bag.
Thank you,
13 Canadian
Chimichangas.
dollars, 0.99 Pond Super Chat.
Namaste.
Have
Thank
a good
you.
one.
It's corporatism, but you make it race. Everyone is feeling it. Okay, buddy. All right. Yeah, it is. The underlying problem is greed. The underlying problem is companies like Tim Hortons wanting to raise the cap on temporary foreign workers so that they can pay cheaper labor and keep more of the profits. And also think about how a company and the richest shareholders of Tim Hortons benefit from even something like the housing crisis, where if you bring in more temporary foreign workers and there's not enough homes, then the housing market is put under pressure and landlords charge more money. Well, presumably some of these wealthy Tim Hortons owners are also residential landowners themselves and landlords, and maybe they own rental properties. So it helps them on that front too. And then if people are struggling and costs of everything is going up because of more people coming in, more supply chain pressure, guess what? They also get to increase the prices at Tim Hortons. So they get to benefit from this in multiple ways. And it is greed. It is greed. What did I miss? Nothing much. Prince Royal says, I think my previous comment got censored, but I'll say it again. Melting pot only works if the whole world is a melting pot, not just ancestrally white countries. Big bars. Yeah, very great point. And look no further you don't need to look any further to validate that point than the fact that there is no push for massive immigration into other countries that are non-Western countries. It's only the predominantly historically white countries that suffer this plight. Sweden, Canada, United States, generally Europe, Germany. You don't see this happening anywhere else. You don't see flocks of white people rushing to move to Brazil or Japan. You know what I mean? Anthony Analytics says, damn, bro, I'm part Jewish. Just found it out because of a DNA test. How should I feel, Marco? I mean, you shouldn't feel any particular way. You know, what matters is, are you a good person? You know, it doesn't matter. You know, none of us chose to be born in the body we were born in. None of us chose to be, you know, born in the country we're born in. It's all just been sheer dumb luck. So, you know, just be a good person and yeah. Will you release the podcast for members first? You know what? Yes, I will, and I'm going to do it right this second. So if you are a channel member, as I speak, I'm clicking. Ooh, members only. What? It's grayed out. Members only content, can't have collaborators. Remove them to continue. Okay, so I guess not. Thank you for asking that, Alex. And I'm glad I checked. So you know, you can collab post videos on YouTube now, where when you look at the channel name, it'll say 2 names or multiple names. This video is a collab post, so I can't make it members only. The only way I'd be able to make it members only is if I remove the collaborator, make it members only, and then re-add the collaborator. But I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to leave it till Monday. Everyone's going to see it at the same time, and fret not. If you're a member, you're thinking about becoming a member, I have more videos coming that will be, you know, all my videos are usually members first anyways. So that's my time, y'all. 4 hours on the dot. Let's go. Marco. Appreciate y'all. We lost a couple fans. Maybe we'll gain a couple. It is what it is. I appreciate the discourse regardless. And join the Discord if you want to join the discourse. I'm with Lindsey Graham in Disneyland. All right, appreciate y'all. Peace out.